November 18th, 2022 to March 17th, 2023. R.I.P. Milk Bar Vancouver. It's gone. Did I
pour one out for the homies?
Did I drive past it today
in
on,
hopes it was
on
there?
the way to you, thinking maybe you can still scoop something?
Maybe
up?
they were just putting boxes up for a second.
They were plastering brown paper over the windows. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen.
The only thing I can hope for is that it gets moved to its own location.
That'd be fine.
Is the only you already have everything here. You've got all the deco and the displays.
That's true.
Everything's already in country.
You have all the Milk Bar infrastructure.
Just put it inside Pacific Center.
Put it inside me.
Inside you.
Like that's not fair. To give us something so beautiful and to take it away in less than 4 months.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry Nordstrom sucks in Canada,
except for Vancouver. Nordstrom Vancouver was keeping the company afloat in Canada.
And now it's not.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
Because there was 2 in Calgary, 1 in Edmonton, 2 in Ottawa, and then like 3 in the Greater Toronto area.
Yeah.
And the Vancouver one was doing more sales than every other store combined.
Yeah.
Also, why are you putting a Nordstrom in Calgary, Edmonton, and Ottawa?
Yeah, fair.
Who's shopping there? The wives of NHL players? and that's it?
But yeah, I guess Vancouver tried its best, but it couldn't support the rest of Canada, so no more Nordstroms in Canada. They're calling it the new Target. And regrettably, the Milk Bar was inside the Nordstroms and not inside us. So
yeah, we didn't get it enough because we thought it was going to be there forever.
We thought we'd have it forever.
Yeah. My heart is broken.
It's a very sad day. I don't know how to handle it. What can I do to feel better? Give me options.
Do you know what'll make you feel better?
What'll make me feel better?
Like 5 hours of podcasting talking about movies.
Okay.
That always makes us feel better and definitely doesn't make us regret our life choices. You can do that. Mm-hmm. You could have a one-on-one singles match with Seds.
Sure.
You could replace Milk Bar by only eating your meals from 7-Eleven every day. You can get an egg.
I could get a hard-boiled egg.
You get 2 hard-boiled eggs because they're together.
It's a double pack.
It's a double pack.
Well, that's just smart thinking. I am currently sitting on, not to brag, I'm currently sitting on 8 free hot dogs from 7-Eleven.
There you go. 2 a day. That'll get you through almost a week.
That will get me through the better part of a week. Now, do I do 2 a day, or
do we do 8 at once?
Do I get 8 and we do it on the pod? No, that's
very funny.
It is very funny, but it also feels irresponsible.
I think it's just gonna be a very funny visual going into a 7-Eleven saying, I have enough free points for 8 hot dogs. Yeah. I would like to do them all right now, please.
Hit me.
And just see what happens.
And if you have to go make more, make more. If you don't have 8 at the ready, fix it.
I think if you're doing 8 free ones, yes, you're getting them for free, but the least they could do is put out 8 new ones for you. Yeah. And wait for them to be cooked.
8 freshies.
8 freshies.
That's fair.
Because you've given them so much business that you've now accumulated
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Free hot dogs.
Yes.
So they should give you brand new hot dogs.
Cheddar Smokies, no bullshit.
Cheddar Smokies.
Yeah. None of this
regular dogs.
Regular, or even your big bites, or the ones that are made of hamburger.
Yeah. Those are pretty gross.
Those are bad. Those are
pretty fucking
gross. Those are a tough eat.
Yeah, they are.
So I'll debate what I'm going to do with my 8 free dogs, but I feel like I'm getting closer to using it, what with the newfound lack of Milk Bar and thus happiness in my life. Luckily, we are going to Vegas, which has a Milk Bar, so maybe do we just buy the whole Milk Bar in Vegas?
Maybe. Buy the whole Milk Bar and tell them to move to Vancouver.
Oh, yeah. Let's move the Milk Bar from the Cosmopolitan in Vegas to Vancouver.
To Pacific Center in Vancouver.
Yeah.
We're not fucking put it at Park Royal so I can get it every day.
Ooh. Put it next door to you and see how long you live.
Yep. 2 days.
2 days.
I'm gonna eat one whole red velvet cake.
No!
And I'm gonna be the weight of dark matter. I'm gonna sink through the earth and out the opposite side, and I'm gonna die.
Think of what one slice
Think
did
of what
to you.
half of one slice did to me. We cut that slice in half, and I almost couldn't.
Oh, we did
move.
cut it in half. It wasn't even a whole. Yeah, we each had a half a slice, and
Half
it
a
nearly
slice,
killed
and we
both of us.
almost died.
Yeah,
because it was too thick. Thick cake.
but it was real good.
It was real good. The thickest and most delicious cake I've ever
Yeah,
had.
I want to be because I think a couple people, based on I think you opened the episode with a moan about the cake.
Too thick.
Too thick. But let's be clear, we loved the cake.
We did love
we
the cake.
We did not enjoy the
It would have
cake.
suited us a lot better had we not eaten the cake, then had to record 4 hours.
Yeah.
I think if we ate it at the end, I would have felt so much better.
I agree.
But just by talking for like an hour, and I was like,
Oh, this we have done things in the wrong order.
yeah. Hi, everybody. This is the worst year of our lives, frequently known as the news. I am Drew, and you can follow me at Sarah and Softpaws on most things, most notably on Letterboxd. And that is the other guy.
Hi, I'm the other guy. You can follow me at not Scott Henson. You can follow me at not the other guy at on Tinder.
No, you don't use your email as your name on Tinder.
Shit.
Whisper, that's a good one.
Whisper, that's a good one. Howler, R.I.P.
Yeah.
The furry dating app.
How about Happen?
What's happened?
Happen's a creepy one where
go on.
It tells you how many times you cross paths with someone, and then
weird.
you can just like message them if you're like, hey, over the last week we've crossed paths like 6 times. That's strange.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
That's the worst one.
Also, do you remember a couple episodes ago that I jokingly made a farmers only
yes.
thing?
You getting hits?
I got so many push notification emails from them. Not like messages from people or
just
matches.
like from
just
the
like
actual app.
That I was like, I have to delete this. So I had to delete it immediately.
No more farming?
There was too much shit going on.
So you won't be farming for love?
Well, I went on once.
Thursdays
just like,
on CTV?
Yep. I went on once just to like jokingly see. And there was like nobody. Like the closest people were like Wyoming.
Oh, so there weren't a lot of farmers in metropolitan Vancouver?
Well, I don't think it's a Canadian thing. I think it's an American thing.
Oh, yeah. It was actually farmers only, right? Yeah, I think it is American.
So, like, yeah, the closest people were, like, maybe Eastern Washington, but mostly, like, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho.
Well, you want...
Also, I'm not a farmer.
I see. True.
I broke the law, Scott. A non-farmer went on farmers
impersonating a farmer of the law.
Yeah, stolen farm valor.
Stolen farm valor. But if you can get in on that Wyoming action and marry a Wyoming farmer and get Wyoming citizenship, your electoral college vote counts for 3 times that of a lowly Californian.
That's pretty sick.
Or a New Yorker.
So what do you think? Running again?
I think Nader's probably running.
I'll vote independent.
You go Nader?
Because I get 3 votes. I'll vote independent.
You do get 3 votes. For the... Yeah, your 3 votes count for a total of 1 electoral college vote. But proportionally to population, way more.
Not bad.
Than California IA. Beverly Hills, that is. Swimming pools, movie stars. You know what I'm talking about.
I can't wait for them to start running political ads for the presidency again, because it's going to be so fucking annoying.
It's coming.
It's going to be the end of this year, or like towards the end of this year.
Yeah. Who you got?
Who's running?
Mayor Pete?
Is he?
I don't know. Jeb?
I mean, if it's Yeb with an exclamation point, I'm in.
Yeah. Kamala, the first girl Indian Asian hasn't been seen in 6 months
because she's
president.
Probably dead.
That would be interesting. Secret dead Kamala.
It's pretty funny.
She did like. I like the boldness of, because like everyone knows the vice president doesn't actually do anything.
No,
like they
keep up appearances.
They break ties in the Senate, which unless,
at this point doesn't happen.
Unless the Senate is 50-50, doesn't happen. So a lot of them like at least like try to make themselves feel good and pretend that the office carries some sort of importance with it, and they take up a cause or something. Because like Michelle Obama, I guess she's more of a first lady than a vice president. What do you think?
I would say she's definitely not the vice president.
You
see a woman of color.
I see a dark-skinned woman. I'm like vice president. Hey, isn't that a step up?
I think you can say a lot of things about a lot of things, Scott.
No?
I think a lot of people are going to be real mad about you shit-talking Michelle Obama.
I'm not shit-talking her.
You're just saying she's a regular woman of color.
No,
as if she's not the most influential
and I'm saying
first lady.
Because of her and Kamala, I see...
Oh, so they're the same person? Even though one's
they're
of
not?
Indian descent and one is of African-American descent?
Well, they look pretty similar. But... but now they're both so influential. I see what do you call them, woman of color, and I think vice president. Guess what? I didn't used to think that when I saw a woman of color. That's how much good they've done.
I still don't think that.
What do you think? Quick.
I think it's a man's job. I think it's a man's world.
No, when you see one, what do you think? Go.
See what? A woman vice
of color.
president?
A woman of color. What do you think? If you don't think vice president, what do you think? Quick, don't.
Fat ass?
Good enough. Yeah, where was I going?
I don't care.
Oh, yeah, Kamala, zero cause, doesn't show up for anything. Is just in the weeds. I respect. She's like, look, I did my part by being a minority. I don't need to actually do anything else as vice president. Correct. So I respect.
You broke the color barrier.
Yeah, except maybe become president when the president dies of old age.
In his second term in office.
In his third term in office.
Yes.
We're FDRing it.
Well, you can do 10 years.
You can do 10 years.
You can do 10 years. So all he needs to do is get reelected again.
Assassinated.
Then get elected as vice president again after being president.
And then the president gets assassinated
and he becomes president for 2 more years.
That is a fun trajectory.
Although I don't think you can do that.
We are not advocating the assassination of any presidents because I think...
That's not what I said.
No, I know. I'm just making clear that I think you're not supposed to do that.
Supposed to.
But what you are supposed to do is just offhandedly, off the cuff, say things about your friends' projects.
But we can't tell you which friend.
No, or maybe we can.
No, we're not allowed to. He said we weren't allowed to.
Let's see. Hey, thick hogs, and other less important people. It's your old pals, Scootin Drew here. Herewith...
Wait a minute. That doesn't sound like me.
No, it's you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's you.
Are you sure it's me or Kelly? Because we can't tell the difference.
You sound the same. Not an ad read, not some paid advertisement for money, but an honest-to-goodness shout-out to our pal and Caroline Reyes' definitely real godson and not just something he thought because his mom was friends with her. Zimbo Venus, and of course, Japanese baseball. Now, I actually am going to ad-lib this next part and then go back to the fake ad-lib right after. Hey, what are the Japanese... What is Nippon not better at than America? Answer: nothing. You know American baseball? Guess who does it better? Japan. Hey, World Baseball Classic of recent days? Anyone? The greatest American baseball player of our generation, Michael Trout, fucking iced by not Shinjiro Otani because he's a wrestler, but someone else Otani. And he got him.
You can do it.
I can't.
You can do it.
I truly can't.
You can do it.
Masanobu.
No. Masanobu Otani.
Daisuke.
Is there
Mitsuharu.
Is there a wrestler that has the same
Naruto. Wasabi. Sushi. E Honda? Is it E Honda Otani?
No, it is.
Is it Chun-Li?
Judo, actor, football, artist, dancer. I don't think there's a wrestler with the same first name.
Oh, none with the same first name. Masamichi Hiroyuki.
Oh, yeah. He's got the same first name as one of the most famous Japanese wrestlers of all time. Real name, though. Shoot, real name.
Jumbo
Otani.
Antonio.
No, that's not even a Japanese name.
I was trying to think of a third funny one. I've got one. Great. Does he have the same name as
the Great Otani?
Does he have the same name as the Great Muda?
Or Great Kabuki?
Or Great Kabuki, Great Sasuke? Kenta.
Nope.
Older.
Dead.
Easy. Giant. Giant Otani?
What's his legal government name?
Shohei Otani. Back to it. Iced, lame white American Mike Trout. So if you want to see some actual good baseball played by good baseball players from Japan, might I suggest you check this out. As some of you may know, Japan just won the World Baseball Championship. And if you're interested in seeing the best brand of baseball on the planet, head on over to Pacific League TV. YouTube.com/@PacificLeagueTVENG. That's for English, because who's got time for Japanese? They've got everything you could possibly want in baseball. Japanese guys, non-Japanese guys, screaming fans, beautiful stadiums, cheerleaders, and even furry mascots. None of this Philly fanatic, weird-looking-ass alien bullshit mascots. We're talking... I lost my place. Proper, honest-to-goodness quality furry mascots. And hey, will we be reviewing some of them in a week or two? Who's to say? They've got tons of videos up already, even more to come, and this coming Saturday, April 1st, their live game coverage kicks off at midnight Eastern, 9 p.m. Pacific on March 31st. And again, this isn't an advertisement. It's encouragement for all of you little piggies to come get some baseball and culture in your life. YouTube.com/@PacificLeagueTVENG. Maybe someone is making their live speaking debut on that very broadcast. Who's to say? But, so yeah, check that out. That was, to be clear, a non-paid advertisement. Just saying things about friends by other friends. I can't believe Drew would go to the bathroom at an important time like this. It better not be another shit. That's too recent since the previous shit. So what else is going on? Do I have any news? Guys, let's go to the news. I guess we should just hit the other things that may be applicable to you if you have your finances in order. This is, against all odds, one of the last request episodes, but we can still fit you in.
I sucked them.
You sucked them dry. That made me lose my train of thought.
Good.
Requests to, hey, you want us to talk about a movie? We can still do that. But time is running thin. Is that a term?
Thin?
Time is running thin?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So get in while the getting's good. Send $100 or more to paypal.me/NotScottHenson with your movie request of under 2 hours. Or if it's over 2 hours, then just send for 2. We'll still do it. You just gotta pay for it. It's a very simple procedure. And providing they pay us one day, maybe sometime into our third contract with them, go to manscaped.com, use promo code CATS20, CATS20, and buy some stuff.
Do you ever feel like a big corporation's got a hold of your balls and they won't let go, but you don't want to pull away because you're still waiting for them to give you the goods?
Yes.
I feel like that's what Manscaped's doing to us
yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
I keep thinking they're going to give me a hand job, and then instead they just keep grabbing my balls.
Yeah, it's I'm almost to the point of feeling like they're gaslighting us. If they didn't keep sending us free stuff, but maybe that's part of like the larger gaslighting scheme. I don't know.
Do they think that we're just going to like eventually give up because they're giving us free stuff, even though we don't really overly need the free stuff?
I think it might be a social experiment to see how many 3-month contracts we're willing to sign.
Yeah.
Whilst getting $0.
Yeah.
I think that's a fun test.
That is a fun test.
The answer is at least 2. and we'll see how it goes further when I send them a new invoice that this time is an invoice, even though the last one was an invoice. No, I'm not going to get into it.
I like how bitter you're getting.
I don't know what I'm going to do to convince them that the invoice is an invoice.
Is an invoice.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll figure that out. But I don't want to get too far into the weeds on that one. We got 5 movies to talk about. We're gonna do it. Do we have any other stuff? How close to an hour in the preamble are we?
20 minutes.
Well, that's not much at all.
Do you want to do another 40?
Probably. Right?
All right. What's the news? What do we got? Do we just Google some stuff and see what comes up?
I wish you wouldn't. We should probably talk about 2005's. Let's see if I have that date right. Feels good.
Yep.
Mirror Mask, which whenever I say
Miramax.
feels like Miramax. Did Miramax produce it?
No.
Probably not.
It was produced by the Jim Henson Company.
Of course it was.
And Jim Henson Pictures.
So this is brought...
I hope we're in store for a lot of puppets. Love me puppets.
This is a puppet-heavy movie. This is brought to us by Tyzok, fellow cat furry, which is maybe the only thing keeping me from killing you. As...
What kind?
Don't know.
Find out.
Didn't specify. Let's see if...
Find out.
Do I have... Are you on Twitter? Tyzok. I don't know if I do have you on Twitter or if your name is maybe something else on Twitter, but...
Oh, that's interesting. There is a Jim Henson documentary being made that's coming out in theory at the end of this year called Muppet Man.
That's strange. They haven't asked me for an interview.
That's because you're the wrong Henson.
What?
Yeah.
Wrong how?
They only want talented Hensons.
Oh, well...
They want ones that put their hands in puppets, not in children. So I guess the guy who does Elmo is out.
No, he was exonerated.
Sorta.
It was bullshit.
He was still doing stuff he wasn't supposed to be doing.
I don't know if he was.
No, he was. Just look at him. He looks like a pedophile.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be, you have to be a bit of a pedophile to like work on a children's show. But that doesn't mean you're necessarily doing anything wrong. You might be God's favorite pedophile. What are you... You've pushed the mic aside to do serious research now. Are you searching, is Elmo guy a pedophile? I'll be interested to find out. You're still going. Should I talk or are you close?
I was trying to see if there was any kind of list of biggest known pedophiles who worked on children's shows, and it only gave me that
Jimmy Savile
guy, right?
I mean, he's the GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna get more than him.
Jimmy Savile answers the question, what if Mr. Rogers fucked every kid that was ever on his show?
Yeah. Also, he looks like it too.
Oh, he really looks like it. Like, it's one of those, in hindsight, like, oh, of course he was. It's like...
right, he's a pedophile.
Yeah, it's a Subway Jared situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh, of course. Like, I think we should be in trouble for not recognizing that, honestly.
Well, he's British and way before our time, so it's not on us, Scott.
Jared's on us, though.
No, we were pretty young for Jared.
I get well. I don't know if a lot of people were too young for Jared.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That worked nicely. Tyzok says, and this is an apology for his previous pick, Where the Dead Go to Die, one of the worst things either of us have ever seen. Here's a movie I actually like this time. Mirror Mask, 2005. I want to say Miramax every time.
Yeah, me too.
It still has strange CG and disgusting human face cats, but it's one of my favorites and won't scar anyone for life. I will give you that it is considerably better than Where the Dead Go to Die. I don't know if I loved it. Did you love it, Drew?
I did not love it.
Oh, I see. Did you like it better than Where the Dead Go to Die?
That's a low bar, but yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we're getting somewhere.
Is it an apology? I mean, in theory, yes. Was it a good apology? Am I still waiting for an in-person apology?
Waiting for a better in-person apology.
Yes.
Yes. So this is by the aforementioned Jim Henson Company. When I saw the logo come up, I'm like, oh, this must be good. And
this is your statement, or you're still reading what he said?
no, this is my statement.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just seeing that the Jim Henson Company was involved, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, this could be all right.
After having seen it, I would have been kind of surprised to be told at the end it was by the Jim Henson Company. Because it's, you know when I said puppet heavy earlier? I might have been telling a fib.
It's, it's conceptually...
There's a dearth of puppets.
Very strange.
Yes. Which, I don't mind strange.
I don't mind strange as long as it's executed well, but this was not executed well.
I think maybe if the cats had cat faces and not people faces.
If the cats had cat faces, not people faces. If the CGI in 2005 wasn't from 1997, that would be a big one for me.
Fair enough.
Maybe if they had let Stephen Fry be an actor and not a voice.
Yeah.
Because he's delightful.
He is delightful.
And if Rob Brydon had been doing Man Trapped in a Box.
Which he should always be doing.
Always be doing.
The movie opens on a cum sock, which I think was bold.
Yep. I wrote young girl feet stuff. Is this produced by Dan Snyder? The answer's no.
Dan Snyder of the Washington Redskins.
Washington Redskins, yeah.
This is not produced by Dan Schneider, but maybe he'll come up later this episode, which I alluded to off pod, and you still don't know to which I am referring, and I think it's going to be a fun surprise once we get there. Are you excited?
It must be
No
American...
talking. You don't know. You'll never know. You know what? I'm not telling anymore. Okay. I'm being withholding.
I mean, I genuinely don't care.
Joke's on you. I don't
Joke's
care.
on you. I don't give a shit.
So it's a girl who works at a family-run circus. Not the Family Circus, which is a comic for who? Who's Family Circus for? The very old?
Families who live in a circus.
No, it's not for that.
Yeah, it's in the title.
Because this family would...
It's in the title,
The family
Scott.
in this movie would be reading the Family Circus if that's who it was for, and they weren't. They decidedly weren't. So I need to know who the Family Circus is for. All I know about the Family Circus is that I saw
Your mom.
Maybe. No, actually. I saw a I don't know if parody is the right word, but just someone like drew their own Family Circus panel, and it was the mom and Jeffy, the boy, and mom had Cthulhu face, and it was like enveloping Jeffy's face, and the caption was, "Oh God, I can see forever," which has stuck with me for years. I don't know why, but I think about it a lot. I like Lovecraftian horror meets the Family Circus. I suggest everyone seek it out. It's fun. You know what? Maybe that's the thumbnail.
I can see it right here.
Right?
I can see it right here.
It's great. So yeah, that's what Mirror Mask is about. Family Circus, made a note. So girl works at her family's circus, and she was doing some like puppet show with socks, but the socks were stiff.
I don't know if they were stiff. They were on her feet.
Maybe I saw what. Oh, yeah, they were on her feet.
They were on her feet, and she was moving her feet like this.
That's right.
So that's why they're stiff. They hadn't been combed in.
No, that's right. She was doing it with her feet. I was stiff.
You were coming.
That's right. I knew. I knew there was stiffness and cum. Should we not do the podcast anymore?
I don't want to live anymore.
I've been having a day.
Yep.
Too many kids. Guys, look.
Too many kids.
Request what you're going to request, but can we ease up on the kids?
Yeah, don't make them so sexy.
God, Natalie Portman.
Yeah, sure are a lot of sexy kids in your neighborhood. Oh, look at that one.
Oh man, I actually got daiquiri good at the FurCon in Vancouver a couple weeks ago, where I helped him with his booth. Not a euphemism.
That means asshole.
Because I was there on the Saturday, and he had done like the Thursday night and Friday already.
Yeah.
And Saturday was a shocking amount of like parents there with kids, because it was a Saturday and kids don't go to school on Saturday. So like if they were going to come, they were going to come on the weekend and not the Friday. And after it, I think he had already remarked on how many kids were there, and then I let some time pass until like several walked past the booth. I'm like, man, sure are a lot of sexy kids at this con. And he like doubled over.
What would have been just as good, I think, is if after that had been pointed out, you just started packing up, and then he'd be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, sorry, I can't. I'm legally not allowed. I can't possibly stay. I'm legally not allowed to be here.
I gotta go. You picked the wrong guy for help today." Her mom is someone, I don't know. Her dad is
her mom is noted British stage actress Gina McKee.
Of course. And her dad's Rob Brydon, who's awesome. Go watch all 4 movies that start with The Trip, if you haven't, because they're fantastic. Even the worst of the 4 is good.
Yep.
Him and Steve Coogan just like pretty much just being silly geese for an entire feature-length movie, and it's always fun.
If you like 2 middle-aged British men eating food and doing impersonations over each other, then this is for you. Oh, and scenic drives through the countryside. It's very much for you.
Absolutely. And yeah, so this is a Neil Gaiman property.
Only Neil Gaiman could make this movie.
And I feel like there's lots of Neil Gaiman stuff out there, and I assumed I had seen like a good chunk of it. Nothing. I have seen 0.
Yeah, me too.
Neil Gaiman films or Neil Gaiman property films. Yeah. I have seen 1 mini series, Good Omens, the Michael Sheen, Simon.
Netflix, you'd better not make any more of these. We promise we won't make any more of these. Do you remember that?
That? I do.
It's Michael Sheen and
Simon Pegg.
No,
Simon Pegg in it as not a main guy.
He might.
It's Michael Sheen and it's the other one.
Come on, you can get there.
Yeah,
you can get there.
Ewan McGregor.
He's one of my favorite actors.
Rob Brydon.
No.
Steve Coogan.
No.
Steve Coogan might also be in it. Brendan Gleeson in his bravest role.
Favorite actor, but not one of my favorite actors. You can do it. You can do it.
Dev Patel.
Who's an actor from a mini-series we both really like. He's Scottish. He's from a mini-series we both really liked.
Robbie Coltrane.
I don't... What mini-series has Robbie Coltrane been in?
Harry Potter. Maybe you've heard of it.
First of all, not a mini-series. Second of all, I've seen the first 3.
I've seen...
Okay, what if I told you his first name starts with a David?
David Paymer.
No, but he's in stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Lil Dicky's dad.
He is Little Dicky's dad.
And other stuff.
David Tennant.
Oh, that makes sense. It is David Tennant. It was him. What's your miniseries? Doctor Who?
No.
Broadchurch?
Broadchurch.
I don't know if that's a miniseries. I think it's a regular series.
I guess it is a regular series.
Apologize.
It's three seasons.
Apologize to David Tennant.
David, I'm so sorry that I implied you weren't in a full feature-length TV show.
And his, mother, Victoria Tennant, who was married to Steve Martin, who John Frankenheimer tried to fuck.
Yes.
Celebrity gossip from the 1980s.
Yes.
So that was Neil Gaiman talk. There was some mention, I think something of this at the circus early on, mentioning something from darkest Peru.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's darker places, pal.
But they gotta be PC. They gotta be a little bit PC.
I don't know. I think you could have gone harder.
No.
But that's just me. So it almost opens with a fight with her mom, and she's being a real little bitch.
Yeah. I mean, her mom just wants her to do stuff, like, for their family, for the circus. Like, help out with the business. You're not doing anything.
Yeah, you're a child.
And then she's like, I wish you were dead.
Yeah, I'm like, that's harsh, girl.
Yeah, maybe don't wish your mom's dead because she wants you to help out with the family business.
And because bad news, now your mom is sick and needs some sort of nebulous, unspecified operation.
Yeah. Although it's very serious, but also it's not that serious.
Very, very unclear.
Very unclear how serious it is. Yeah.
She'll probably go to the hospital. Will she have a routine outpatient procedure? Will she be there for weeks? Who's to say?
Will she be there until the end
of
this story? Who's to say?
Yeah. But that's the deal. So, she basically just, like, goes to sleep that night and then it's magic time?
Yep. You nailed it.
I thought... Oh, I noted that she and her mother look the exact same age.
Close.
Yeah.
Close.
Like, she doesn't look old enough to be her mother.
Gina McKee...
She probably is. She probably just looks great.
Is... Oh, weird. It doesn't have her birthday.
Oh, it's a secret. Shut that fucking dog up.
Kill that dog. Or I'll kill it for you.
My favorite game show.
Kill that dog. Yeah, weird. It doesn't have her birthday listed. It just said that she started acting in 1979, and the other girl was born in 1984. So she's
probably old enough.
Probably significantly older.
Gina McKee looks great then. Or the daughter looks like shit.
Both.
Let's keep both on the table.
It's both.
So she basically just goes to sleep that night and wakes up in Crazy Town.
Crazy Town.
Fairly quickly meets so there's all sort of I think this is actually before Crazy. I think it was just the guy at the circus. I wrote this mime piece of shit, just talk, asshole.
Yeah,
because like he wasn't even mime performing.
Nope, he was just like
just like so in character, and like I think he was like trying to communicate something to her, and I'm like, fucking talk.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, I was pissed.
Bart, I'm pissed.
The music in the movie is interesting. It is all over the place stylistically.
Yeah,
it's definitely not boring. It's not boring or cliched, but it's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it is.
They were throwing a lot against the wall musically.
Yeah, not just musically. Literally anything.
Kind of anything. Pretty early in the mix, I'm like, oh, hello, terrifying people-faced cats with wings. Good to meet you. Tyzak was not wrong with their off-puttingness. And so, plot-wise, basically, she's in this realizes partway through that she can see into the quote-unquote real world through little windows in dream world, which correlate to windows because she's drawn all this art on her wall, and she sees through the one window through the other, and she's there's like a city of light and a city of shadows, basically, and
because she drew them.
Yeah, and there's like an imbalance in the Force, and the city of light
has the Force awakened.
I think the Force has not awakened yet. I think it awakens at the end, and like the shadows are overtaking the
light realm.
And they're like, and then Rob Brydon shows up as the prime minister of the City of Light, and I like you'd assume in like a magical realm it's a king, but no, nope. Democratically elected prime minister.
You want everyone to know this is a nice place.
I like
where everybody's opinions are heard.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is sort of the fall vibes, but more surreal.
Yeah, I one thing I wrote around here was, so it is some terrible CGI. Mm-hmm. It's not the worst I've ever seen. No. But considering it's 2005, this does not look very advanced. I don't know if that's on purpose, because it's like a fictional, like a fantasy dream state. Yeah. Maybe it's meant to look like shit. But that being said, some of the like creature design is very unique.
Yeah, so
like it's not
unique and cool.
If you see other like maybe things with bigger budgets or more mainstream things, most fantasy creatures have a similar look to other things, or are just like, oh, it's a this, but it's a different color and slightly bigger or slightly smaller, or
it's a wolf, but it's blue. It's got wings.
Yeah, something like that. Where at least in this, I felt like
it's like Godzilla, but it's gay.
It's gay Godzilla. I mean, she's a woman though.
It's gayzilla. It's a lesbian Godzilla.
Lesbian Godzilla. Is she hot though? Because then maybe I don't believe it.
No, she's the fat one from the Japanese ones, not the hot one from the American Godzilla.
Oh, okay. Then I believe it. Then I believe it. But yeah, I mean, like their things are like outside of the normal realm of like conceptual, which is interesting.
Yeah, like very little, like from the music mentioned earlier to like character design stuff. There's very little that's cliched or derivative. It's all like, for better or worse, original.
It's almost like abstract paintings come to life.
Yeah, a lot of it is like Picasso paintings come to life.
Now, on the opposite side of that,
you're gay.
All of the human costumes were dog shit.
Yeah,
it was like they were made by fifth graders.
They used the
like
budget,
paper mache.
The budget went to the CG, despite
like the mask thing that the Prime Minister Rob Brydon was wearing.
Yeah,
like legitimately looked like it was made out of newspaper.
Looked very cheap.
And it was painted. Painted newspaper.
Yeah,
it looked horrible. The only one that looked okay was like her guide guy, because it looked like it had been like carved out of something.
Yeah.
But the rest of them, like every human character's visual look was crap.
Yeah. Yeah, that is accurate. So Rob Brydon's the Prime Minister of City of Light. Gina McKee in the Dream World is the Queen. I don't think she was democratically elected. I think it's a monarchy.
It's a monarchy with
in the City of Shadows, and she thinks that the girl is her daughter and is trying to get her back, but in fact her actual daughter has basically switched places with her in the real world, and she's in the real world being like a goth bitch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so the girl in the dream world makes friends with like this jester juggler guy, who like looks familiar as an actor, but I don't think I've actually seen him in anything else.
I looked him up too. I was like, oh, he seems familiar to me. And I was like, nope, he's just a guy.
Yeah, he's the most familiar guy I've never seen.
It's Sting. Not Steve Borden Sting. Fuck.
Curtis?
Yeah, or
Curtis Mayfield. Nope, that's the black guy.
I was gonna say that sounds like close enough.
Yeah, Curtis Mayfield sang "Move On Up" among other things. Sting is Ian. Is Sting Ian Curtis from from Joy Division? Yeah? No? Maybe not. Why can't I know his name? Why am I
Stuart Copeland.
Stuart Copeland, not to be confused with Aaron
Sorkin.
I was going to say also Copeland, but yeah, don't confuse him with Aaron Sorkin either. Although I'm sure they both did a lot of cocaine in their time, which is now and the last 40 years.
Steve Borden.
It was Steve Borden the whole time.
Gordon Sumner.
You know what? I wouldn't have gotten that.
No, I knew that because it's in something.
Okay.
There's like a reference to it in something. Oh, Friends?
Maybe.
Because remember, Ben, Ross's son, goes to school with Sting's son, and there's like a weird argument, and Phoebe pretends to be one of the two lesbians to go meet Sting, and I believe there's some reference to calling him that.
Makes sense. Stuart Copeland's the other guy, right? In the police?
I don't know, man. Do you think I know who any of these fucking people are? Yeah, yes. He's a guy. He's a drummer.
Yeah. Wonder what he's up to.
Drumming. He drums for the police.
That's my favorite police song.
Nice.
The Stuart Copeland autobiographical song.
Apparently, he literally just won a Grammy Award.
What?
For Best Immersive Audio Album.
What even?
For an album called Divine Tides. Immersive audio album.
Do you listen to it in VR?
The field currently holds which are open to both classical and non-classical recordings. New or release. The category was renamed according to Best Surround Sound Album category was renamed Best Immersive Audio.
What are you talking about?
So I guess it's instrumental
surround sound.
Surrounding surround
recorded
sound.
in Dolby 7.1.
Yes. It was him, Eric Schilling, I don't know what the fuck that is, and Ricky Kej. Schilling also won last year. And
I'm pretty sure there's only these three people making it. I think if you want to get nominated for a Grammy, make an immersive album, and you'll at least get nominated, and maybe win. Maybe you'll beat the guy from the police.
Last year was Alicia Keys.
I know her.
The year before was something you've never heard of.
Sure.
The year before was something you've never heard of. 2019. 2019.
Pre-COVID seems like a lifetime ago.
The winner of this Best Immersive Audio
Sir Elton John.
was the Alan Parsons Project.
Nice.
In 2019.
Winning Grammys in the late 2010s.
Yeah, that's crazy. Roger Waters, Beyonce, Paul McCartney, Derek and the Dominoes won in 2012.
Hell yes.
Some symphony orchestras. How the fuck did the Beatles win in 2008?
It checks out. They're all still alive then.
Yeah, every single one of them.
Yeah.
Even with holes in their heads. Dire Straits and Ray Charles.
I don't know whose tweet it was at the time, but whoever tweeted finally unlocked Mark David Chapman on Beatles Rock Band. That's a good joke.
That's pretty good.
Shout out.
That is pretty good.
I also would love to know how that would work in the game. Like, once you unlock Mark David Chapman,
game's over.
What? The game deletes your save file.
Yeah, game's over.
And you can never play again.
Yeah.
There was
you unlock him, the game immediately fades to black, comes back out, and then you just have to do all of Ringo Starr's acting credits.
Love it.
Yeah.
Starting with Mr. Conductor. There was a game...
Gay Man?
There's a Neil Gaiman. There's a game that I was present for, so I should know. I think it was called Hellblade, where it definitely insinuated that, like, if you die, it deletes your save file and
Yeah.
you have to start again.
Which, but then isn't true, right?
100% a lie.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a way to trick people into
Yeah.
panicking about nothing.
Big fan.
Yeah, I like it.
Big fan of lying to consumers.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think you're not hurting anybody for lying.
Let's lie to the listeners with something right now. What do you want to lie about?
Scott and I never kiss off air.
That's a pretty good lie. So her, so the Queen of the Shadows is trying to get her because ostensibly she thinks she's her daughter, I guess. So eventually
Her daughter, but not a goth.
but not a goth. So her jester friend betrays her, to which I wrote betrayal, all caps, exclamation mark, for a bag of jewels, and brings her to the queen. At which point there is a sequence set to Close to You by The Cure, which is awesome. So I will read the whole thing I wrote. That Close to You sequence was cool, but oh no, it made her goth. So she is now gothed up. So now there's two goth girls, one in real life, her doppelganger, and now actually herself in the shadow realm. And then the jester feels bad and unbetrays her, and gets her away and de-goths her. And do you remember what this was in reference to? I said, did this dude just casually divulge that it must have been the jester talking, just casually divulged that he was sex trafficked, because he was talking about his mom in theory, but he says she wasn't really my mom, she bought me from a man. yeah That was interesting. So so and sort of the MacGuffin of the whole movie is this mirror mask, which basically is the thing that restores balance to the Force, and it was so she found it in the shadow realm, and it was inside another mirror.
Yep. Well, where else are you gonna get the mirror mask from? It's from a mirror.
It makes perfect sense. So she's trying to get back to the real world through the little windows, but goth bitch in the real world is wise to her because she's seen her through the windows, knows what's up. So she starts destroying all the art in her room, so there are no more windows for her to get through. But she runs to the roof of the building they live in, and neglected to destroy the last one, which was on the door to the roof, right. And that's the one that our hero gets through. And then her dad finds her sleeping on the roof because he's a bad father. And if you're a good father, your daughter would probably never be sleeping on the roof in the first place.
Probably not.
Rob Brydon, bad dad. And then mom gets unclear surgery, and maybe she's going to die, but then doesn't, and gets better.
She gets better.
Yeah. And that's
and this whole movie had 0 fucking puppets in it.
Yeah, not a lot of puppets.
How can you make a Jim Henson production and have no goddamn puppets?
They're venturing into the CG world, and it worked out great.
Yeah, it worked out perfect, and they've never had to make puppets again.
Nope. The Jim Henson Company, no puppets since 1993.
Yep.
And they must have played something interesting at the end, because my last note is none of the music is what you'd expect. I think the closing credits didn't. The closing credits music didn't match the "Thank goodness my mom didn't die."
Yeah, vibe. Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
And that was it. Any trivia, tips and tricks?
Nope. This one didn't have a lot of like interesting stuff to it.
Yeah.
It was just about like how long it took to set up shots and stuff. But But it's all green screen, blue screen, whatever. So yeah it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, was this the one that they did 48 setups in
one day?
That's really a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a long day. That's but that's probably a nice overtime day.
Yeah, I mean in early 2000s, yeah, sure. You don't get to do those anymore. Laws have changed, my friend. Now you can do max 12, I think.
Oh, really? I did more than 12 in 2019.
Yeah, I think this is recently though. I think they've been fighting for it because they want people to have lives and shit.
But you get such sick overtime.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Because when I was a thespian on the set of Netflix's The Main Event, there were two kinds of days you would root for. Because when you show up, you are guaranteed 8 hours of pay.
No matter what.
No matter what. So you either want like a 3-hour day.
Sure. Get paid for 8.
Or like a fucking 15-hour day. Yeah. Because after the 8 hours, which is already pretty solid pay, well, at least for a special abilities extra as myself.
Yeah.
I think from 8 to 12, it's 1.5.
I don't think you think that special abilities means what you think it means.
I think it means that I'm pretty good at my job.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that it means
they kept telling me I was special.
You have to have a handler next to you.
I mean, a few of us. Was I the only one with a handler?
Dabba-Kato was assigned to you to keep you from eating paint chips.
Interesting guy. Yeah, 1.5 times from 8 to 12, yep. And then double after 12.
Yeah.
And we definitely had like a 14 or 15-hour day, and that was a good payday.
Yeah.
That was nice stuff.
I think the worst times to be on set are when you have to be there for like 10 or 12 hours, mm-hmm. but whoever's in charge has done a bad job of scheduling.
Yeah.
So in actuality, you only needed to be there for an hour at the beginning and then like 2 hours, 9 hours later.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to not be there.
Nope. Yeah, sitting around.
Those fucking suck.
Sitting around going to craft services.
Yeah, you're getting paid.
Yeah,
but
it's boring as shit.
So fucking boring.
It is really boring, but because like we had tons of downtime. Like
sure.
We didn't do a lot.
Were you allowed to get in the ring?
We got in the ring once, I think. There are times where there wasn't a ring because some were external shots, some was other bullshit. But yeah, I think we got in the ring once or twice when it was there. But there were enough wrestlers there that we just hung out and shot the shit, and it was fun.
They made me take my shirt off.
Poor Otis.
I think
they did make you take your shirt off.
They did, but now you get to put it back on, so it's fine.
Yeah. Now you're a model. Look at your career trajectory.
I think the worst ones for me were being a best boy, mm-hmm. which if anyone doesn't know,
you're my best boy.
Thank you. And I'm a Tubi boy. That's the people who stand at the truck and their only job is to stay with the truck for the gear. And then when somebody comes, you grab something that they need from the truck and you give it to them. And then when they bring stuff back, you have to put it away properly. So you're pretty much your only job is to keep the truck with equipment organized.
Yeah.
But there are times where they're shooting inside and they've got shots set up and everything. And then you cannot leave the truck.
Yeah.
So you are sitting there for 5-6 hours with nothing to do.
Yeah, that's shitty.
And you're not allowed to sit like in the passenger seat or the driver's seat, or you have to like be ready at the back of the truck no matter what.
Yeah.
And those days really suck.
Yeah.
Because you blow through your data in like an hour.
Yeah, true.
And then you're just kind of like pacing back and forth.
Turns out I don't know what to do without a phone.
Yeah, pacing back and forth, jerking off if you can.
Yep.
If you can manage it, maybe playing pranks on people.
Love a prank.
But yeah, it's really, really shitty. And I got tricked into doing it one time.
Yeah.
And then after the second day, I told the person, I can't make it. I'm not doing Best Boy again.
Yeah.
And they were like, we really need you. I'm like, no, you don't. I was there for 2 days and I did fuck all.
Yeah.
You don't need me.
Turns out you don't need one.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like having to be there the whole time is a lot different than, because like when we were either filming or we could just go hang out and eat.
Yeah, exactly.
And do whatever. Just be like ready to be called back, but that's it.
Yeah.
Like we could,
It's fine if you have the opportunity to go to crafty or catering and just like grab stuff and you just load your pockets up.
Oh yeah.
Because then at least you're like preoccupied with like snacking.
Yeah.
But then you feel like shit by the end of the night.
Oh, for sure.
And then when you got to help reload the truck and you're like, I feel like horrible right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you, when you had like 12 cups of coffee and 9 muffins.
Yeah, exactly. Or like I remember before I went to school and I PA'd on Supernatural for 2 days.
Brag.
Very big brag. People like that show. And my job was to stand at the end of an alley and make sure that nobody went up the alley. And not only did nobody try to go up the alley, nobody gave a shit and didn't even look up the alley.
Didn't see
like even if I wasn't
see a person.
Me being there did not
Zero.
deter anyone from going up because nobody was actively trying to go. Not even crackheads and homeless people.
Yeah.
But at break, I went to the craft services table, and every single pocket on my body, including me taking my undershirt, making a pocket, filling it, and then tucking it under my jacket, full of stuff.
Yeah.
And then I stood there eating baby carrots, pretzels, sun chips, muffin tops, and that's all I did for 9 or 10 hours.
That's
it
fun.
Sucked.
I like that. Which takes us to 1963's The Birds.
You know what? I think that's a good segue.
Is it?
Because The Birds is one of those movies that is like the old school production way of making a movie.
It definitely is.
Right?
This is brought to us by Taylor B., who requested 2 movies. This and In This Corner of the World. In This Corner of the World,
every corner,
and not other corners, just the one, just the one that got nuked. That was the working title, because the extended version is In This Corner brackets and Other Corners of the World, but the working title for just the regular one was In This Corner of the World brackets that got nuked. Yeah, that was 2 hours and 9 minutes. This one I think is 2 hours and 1 minute. It's either 2:01 or 1:59.
I don't remember.
It's a minute, give or take 2 hours. So Taylor, you're pushing your goddamn luck. You're like you're following the letter of the law, but I don't know if you're following the spirit.
It's like staring a cop in the face while like standing on this side of a barricade where you can smoke weed, but on this side you can't, and you're just standing there blowing it at them.
Yeah, like it's not illegal.
They're staring us in the face and they're challenging us.
Yeah, or like mailing someone pictures of animals having sex. Like, it's not illegal, but I don't know if it's in the spirit of the law.
It is.
Okay.
That's okay. That's legal everywhere, Scott. That's just good fun.
Fair enough. I would like to point out that this movie has actors named both Tippy and Doodles.
Doodles is rad. Although that's not...
And everyone's just okay with that. That was just a name in the 60s.
Well, it's a nickname. It's not his real name.
This is his birth name.
No.
I'm gonna call him Doodles.
His real birth name is something like old school, like Fillmore Wilhelm Godfrey Jr. or something like that.
Yeah. I like that this start. You know, I'm gonna admit, because it's quite early on, and I guess I wasn't remembering to look for it yet. I missed the Hitchcock cameo and had to look up where it was.
Walking his dog out of the pet shop.
Walking his dog out of the pet shop right at the beginning of the movie.
He doesn't fuck around.
He doesn't.
His legal government name is... Oh, what? You're not going to tell me his legal government name?
Doodles is a secret?
Apparently. Oh!
Oh, it's Orson Welles.
Huh! His niece is Sigourney Weaver.
Is there anyone
that is not related to somebody else?
In current Hollywood that got there on their own merits?
No. His legal...
Besides Lucas Hedges, who definitely all him.
Yeah.
Oscar
100%.
nominee
100%.
Lucas Hedges.
Yeah. His legal government name is Winstead Sheffield Glendenning Dixon Weaver.
I'm gonna need a minute.
That's a wild ass name. Oh my god! He died in 1983 via suicide.
My guy.
How'd he kill himself?
Helicopter.
Oh, he was on the set.
It was Twilight Zone.
Oh my god, he died of Twilight Zone.
He was the guy.
That'd be really funny if it was, and we were so.
Can you give me his name one more time, please?
Give me a second.
I need that once more in my life.
His legal government birth
And his
name.
and his governing name.
His governing name over the great state of Tennessee. Winstead, Sheffield, Glendenning, Dixon, Weaver.
Like, you start strong with... Like, all I needed was Winstead.
Yeah.
Then you just kept giving me hit after hit.
They're obviously all old family names.
Yeah. But I like a guy
Sheffield-
whose entire 5-name is all last names.
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, I've heard Dixon as a first name.
But it's also a last name.
It's also a last name.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's...
Is that the name of the
amazing.
episode? Is that what you're typing out?
The name of the episode is Doodles Has a Secret.
On January 17th, 1983, Weaver died of 2 self-inflicted gunshot wounds to the chest.
2 didn't get it the first time.
His death was ruled a suicide.
No shit.
Weaver's son later said that his father had been despondent over his failing health. His funeral services were held, blah, blah, blah. He is buried at blah, 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 blah. And he wrote a memoir, but it is unpublished.
Sad. I want to hear about it.
I want to hear about his suicide.
Sigourney, you got pull. Publish your uncle's
I hope, yeah.
memoir.
I hope he wrote a chapter about his suicide.
Me too. I hope he blamed someone.
I hope he blames Sigourney.
I hope he
He's
left.
in a 1970 movie called Bigfoot. Well, my evening's blocked up. Bigfoot is literally... The poster for the movie is literally Bigfoot hoisting a motorcycle over his head with a guy
sick.
hanging from the motorcycle.
That's awesome. You're going to have to watch Bigfoot in 1970.
I bet you it's on Tubi.
Probably.
Tubi?
Is there a Bigfoot movie that is not on Tubi?
No. Absolutely not. Man, suicide by double gunshot.
That's awesome.
And his niece is Sigourney Weaver. Poor Doodles. Anyways, back to the birds. Enough of this suicide talk.
Back when women liked it when you wolf whistled them.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
We can try it again. See if we can get back into fashion.
Bring it back?
Yeah.
Can we
Bring
call
it back
it cat
to the white man?
whistling to
Well, of
take
course.
something away from Big Dog?
Of course. Big Dog gets too much shit.
Cats don't whistle any worse than wolves.
Yeah, I guess. Just howling.
But it's
is-
not, I guess, but like whistle.
Yeah.
And also cat call already in the mix.
You got to make those cat noises when they see birds.
Oh yeah, is that what you're doing?
The chattering or whatever.
I think you're just practicing oral sex right now.
I'm practicing anal licking. I'm going to eat the
Are you
poo-poo.
going to eat the poo-poo?
I'm going to eat the poo-poo.
Oh, no.
Like this. That guy's the best.
That dude's gay.
That guy is so gay.
This is one of the gayest men I've ever seen.
Hot take, I guess, for this is that like even though Hitchcock is one of the greatest director minds of all time,
One of the fattest directors.
I don't think he's really that good at cinematography. Or like his visuals. Everything is very flat and like
it is. I think he
mean,
has better cinematography movies than this.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But like not everything everything I feel like is so overlit.
Yeah, that's true.
That like
That's his-
it's very
that's his
bright
deal. It
but
is
I
really
guess
bright.
it is also a little bit the style of the time. But like any
He was wearing an onion on his belt,
yeah
which was the style at the time.
he was eating raw garlic so that he didn't get COVID.
Sure.
But like inside the pet shop and like inside the house, like everything was so flatly lit
Yeah.
that it seemed like there was like no roof. And it was just like
Yes.
the sun.
Yeah, that's.
I think the
that's
only
true.
time that it was like there was like like proper shadows and like lighting and stuff was much later in the movie when they go back in the house at night.
Yeah.
Like after all the shit's starting to happen. That's really the only time where like things are actually, I think, are properly lit.
Yeah.
I mean, who am I to say that
I'll tell
Hitchcock's not?
Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on his lighting.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody will follow through with it.
We'll speak at one of the fat meetings.
One of the fat meetings. Is he a NAMBLA member? Are you a NAMBLA member?
I could see No, I was going to say I could see him being, but no. I think Hitchcock's one of the good ones.
Okay.
What do you think? Potential bad guy?
No, I think he's okay.
I think he's all right.
Has anyone ever seen his last movie?
Cars 2?
That's Charlton Heston. Family Plot, 1976.
Nope. You?
Nope. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it.
Oh, can we even prove it's real?
Karen Black, Bruce Dern.
I like Bruce. The end?
Catherine Hellman of Who's the Boss fame.
Mona? Nice.
And then a bunch of people you've never heard of.
Fun. I bet Mona did it. If there's a murder in it.
There's
probably a murder in it.
It is listed as a crime drama comedy.
Interesting.
A phony psychic...
Not unlike Wasabi.
Yeah. A phony psychic con artist and her taxi driver / actor boyfriend encounter a pair of serial kidnappers while trailing a missing heir in California. That's it.
We'll have to investigate.
76. Somebody can pay for it. It is exactly 2 hours.
Pay well then. This ain't Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer type discounts.
You're not getting that discount.
No, it's a full pricer. Maybe even a penalty. Who's to say?
$120 if you want another Hitchcock movie.
This is Tippi Hedren's first movie. It was an introducing Tippi Hedren in the credits.
He saw her doing a TV commercial.
Oh.
And decided that she would be bigger than, like, she'd be the next big thing.
He saw her on OnlyFans and cast her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Non-nude OnlyFans, though, so it's the bad kind.
Ugh. What's even the point? If you're doing on OnlyFans what you could be doing on Instagram, you're a bitch.
But you're smart.
But you're smart. Yeah. Yeah. How big did Tippi Hedren get? Like, she's a name.
I mean, she did a bunch of Hitchcock movies.
Yeah. And
that's like a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, she was in maybe the greatest movie ever made.
Well, the first thing I wrote
that's definitely
was
not going to get mentioned in a future episode.
When she appeared on screen was Tippi. It's
look out,
Tippi. It's Scott from the future. Don't fall off an elephant in 17 years.
Don't marry Neil Marshall. No, Neil Marshall.
Neil Gaiman.
No. Neil Gaiman's got a different agenda.
Gary Marshall.
Penny
Marshall?
It's me, Gary Marshall.
Call me Gary. Paul F. Tompkins, better Gary Marshall than Gary Marshall.
What's her husband's name? The director of the good movie. Neil Marshall. No, Noel Marshall.
Noel Marshall.
Ugh. Don't marry Noel.
Is Neil Marshall...
I don't care how big his dick is. Don't marry him, Tippi.
Is Neil Marshall the Dog Soldiers guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And bad Hellboy, except for the one good thing.
Yeah, bad Hellboy minus one awesome thing, which is better than anything in any other Hellboy.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Her filmography is interesting.
Yeah, she got work.
She's been very active.
Yeah.
But it's mostly in things you've never heard of.
Yeah.
Except for then she'll be like...
Then she shows up in something.
Like, made for TV movie, like TV show, blah, 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 blah.
Star Wars.
And then you get all the way up here, and it's like, oh, I Heart Huckabees. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, a TV show, like CSI.
And I believe second or third build, or I don't think first, in Birdemic. Because it had, 10 seconds of footage from the birds. Yeah, like Tippi Hedren is highly credited in Birdemic, which is very funny.
She played herself in one episode of Cougar Town.
Sick. Which, who was telling? Same writer, creator as Scrubs?
Yes.
And is maybe good?
No. I don't know if it's good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Until we watch it, I couldn't tell you.
I've been too scared.
How long
was
it on for? Like 7 seasons? 8 seasons?
Like a lot. I also think it and Hot in Cleveland are the same show.
They are not.
Yeah.
I think Hot in Cleveland is way more of like
older bitches?
It's older bitches, but I think it's like in front of a live studio audience, piped in laughs.
Oh,
Cougar Town I think is a real, like, is like out on location, like actual show.
Gotcha. Who's our Hot in Cleveland's? Is it a Valerie Bertinelli?
Betty White.
Yeah.
Bertinelli.
Wendy Malick?
Terrence Malick.
I don't think it's Terrence Malick.
It's Terrence Malick.
I don't think Terrence Malick is Hot in Cleveland.
In his bravest role yet, Terrence Malick. It says right here.
It says right here.
Valerie Bertinelli, Jane Leavis.
Frasier.
Frasier.
Yeah.
Wendy Malick.
Yeah.
Betty White.
Bojack's mom.
And then Dave Foley was in some episodes. A bunch of episodes. Carl Reiner, Craig Ferguson, my guy.
Is Carl Reiner still alive, or did he die recently?
Did he die recently?
I think he might be a recent...
He died in 2020.
Okay, yeah, he was at the COVID.
At the age of 98.
No, he was crazy old. Yeah.
I love him. He's
awesome.
actually very, very funny.
Yeah, there's I think a documentary-ish thing about maybe him and Mel Brooks, but maybe more him, called If You're Not in the Obit, Eat Breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah. It's good.
Yes. Do you know what his last... His last writer credit is for The Cleveland Show.
Nice.
And his last acting credit is... Oh, they made a mini-series about like a kid's home movie mini thing about the Princess Bride.
Okay.
But also Toy Story 4 was his last.
Sweet. I want to see the episode of The Cleveland Show that he wrote.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it, but I don't know what it was, and I would like to see it again.
I'm going to tell you right now, and then you're going to go, I know exactly what episode that is.
I don't know if that's true.
I'm
not quite at the point of identifying Cleveland Show episodes by title.
I think you're a liar.
American Dad, yes.
Season 2, episode 21, Your Show of Shows.
I couldn't tell you.
Rallo and his pals Bernard and Theodore perform in the school talent show. Their rap about fiscal responsibility is not well received by their classmates. Meanwhile, after Cleveland gets his own cable access television show, the reviews are less than positive, so he takes some tips from the most successful daytime talk shows that appeal to women. Does that sound like it's right up your alley and you know exactly what I'm talking about?
I mean, I saw it, but it's been a while, so
it's been.
I'll see it again. I have it on not burned DVD.
Cool. It's probably on something. Oh, it's on Disney Plus, probably.
Or Tubi.
It might be on Tubi.
Okay, so Tippy goes into is it a pet store or is it birds only?
I think it's supposed to be a pet store, but it's mostly birds.
Like, for a pet store, a lot of birds.
Well, the movie's called The Birds, Scott. You're not going to put a bunch of dogs and cats in The Birds.
You got me there.
You know what?
They should make a movie called Cats.
You got me there. Yeah, they should.
How could you fuck that up?
You really can't.
It's impossible.
You can't.
It's can't miss.
Can't miss TV.
So then a guy comes in.
A guy.
Looking to buy a gift for his sister.
Yes.
Who is turning
11.
And
he
is conservatively 50.
I think he's playing 39.
He is. What?
And his mom is Jessica Tandy.
Yeah.
Who's probably only 42 at the time.
She's 3 years older than
But she's been
her son.
Grayed up to look like she's... I mean, even conservatively, she would have to be like 59. Like,
yeah.
She'd have to be 20 years older than a guy who looks like he's 50.
28 years between kids.
It does happen.
It happens, but that's a while.
Yeah. Well, your first husband dies of mysterious causes.
Sure.
Then you meet a much younger man way later in life, and he fucks you.
And your eggs still work.
And your eggs still barely hanging on. And then you have an 11-year-old.
Then you have an 11-year-old.
That's how it works. Don't question me. How many babies do you have?
So he's actually 39 years older than her. Because she straight up gave birth to an 11-year-old.
Yes.
Because that's what happens when you have old eggs.
Yeah.
They've already done some aging.
Yeah.
So what are we? So what's important? They tease birds several times before any shit goes down.
They cock tease you.
And there was a scene that was very adorable with the with the or were they already inside the car? But the fake birds turning with the car.
Yes.
When it was making turns. I like that. Everyone is smoking. It rocks.
Of course.
Yeah.
You gotta smoke.
Everyone looks super cool.
If you're not smoking, you're not cool.
Yeah. So the what's the deal? At the pet store, the guy
Rod Taylor
pretends not to know her.
Yeah.
Even though he does. Because she has wronged him.
She's wronged him
in the past.
She's done a bad thing. Baby did a bad thing.
What'd she do?
She practical joke that went wrong.
Oh yeah, because here's the thing with Tippi Hedren's character. She's like sort of a psychopath. Like,
I mean, a little bit.
She does weird shit.
Well, what if I told you, Scott, that the original person to be cast for Tippi's role,
Carol Channing.
Let me give me a second. Let me see if I can confirm before I state this out.
Phyllis Diller.
I want to say that I saw it, and I'm not making this up. Right here. Director Sir Alfred Hitchcock and screenwriter Evan Hunter wrote the role of Melanie Daniels specifically for Audrey Hepburn.
Oh, interesting.
And I think Hepburn in that role comes across less psychotic.
Yes.
Right? So
she's more playful, mischievous.
So then Tippi
comes off as crazy.
Hepburn or Audrey Hepburn playing this character comes across as a sociopath.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Which I like that angle to it. And so he like fucks with her at the pet store because she had fucked with him. Yes, when he was a stranger. She just decided to fuck with a stranger.
Just do a gag.
Yeah. Because, I don't know, she's bored and crazy.
Yep.
And, but then, I don't know, she kind of also gets smitten with him. And does she
he's kind of a hunk.
Rod Taylor's a hunk.
He's got that 60s, like, chiseled face with, like, some sandpaper to it and a butt chin. And he's tanned.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's exactly what women in the 60s wanted.
Oh, Rod Taylor could definitely get it. Wonder, is Secret gay?
Well, Scott, here's a fun game I like to play when we see movies like this.
One of my favorites.
Rod Taylor. Is he one of or several of these? Secretly gay?
Yeah.
A complete womanizer? Or an abusive husband? Which one of these is he?
I am going to go with secretly gay womanizer to cover up his secret gayness.
That is a good guess.
Not correct?
I like it. He is a womanizer and abusive husband.
Nice.
His first wife divorced him.
Punching dames from coast to coast.
His first wife divorced him because he wasn't getting successful roles at the beginning of his acting career.
Should have waited for the birds, baby.
And he beat the shit out of her. And also, she was like significantly younger than him too. She was 14, and he was like 27.
Nice.
But because it was 1950 something, they were like, yeah.
That checks out.
Continue. You can be married.
Go on. You can be married and hate her.
Yeah. And then he was married like 3 or 4 more times after that.
Yeah, all divorced because he punched them too much. Once too many. A few is okay.
Oh, yeah. Just to let them know that you mean business? Sure.
Yeah. Just to establish a baseline.
He was Australian.
Okay.
And he lived way longer than you think he did.
Still alive. At 114.
He died in 2015.
That's pretty good.
He's 84.
All right. Solid.
And he died from gayness.
Oh, so I was, right?
He had a heart attack.
Complications from AIDS?
Nope. Complications from having a bad heart.
I see. So, does she just straight up follow him?
He was Winston Churchill in Inglourious Bastards.
Wow.
I'm going to have to look that up because I don't believe it.
Cool. Oh, you think...
No, I believe it.
Wikipedia would not fib to you. Yeah, so does she follow him to, like, I don't know, Cape Cod or some shit, or like the California equivalent of.
I think the whole thing takes place in California.
Yeah,
and he just has like a lake house on the other side of the water.
Yeah. Does she follow him?
Damned, it is him. She gets in a boat.
Yeah, but how did does she? How does she know he's there? Does she? Does she get some information?
I think she gets information.
Yeah, she does like some creepy sleuthing.
Yeah,
and she's like, I'm gonna go there for some. Oh, and like
leave him a gift
to give him the gift he was gonna get his way too young sister.
Yeah.
And like not, but like again as kind of a weird move, because like he doesn't like her.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah. So
she doesn't know that.
Yeah, he like gave her shit at the pet store. He was like, "Fuck you, lady."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Gotta have it."
Oh, she's like, "You treated me like garbage? That's my guy.
That's the 60s cheat code.
That's my husband."
Yeah, so she goes to Lake House Town.
Lake House Town.
Meets his mom, Jessica Tandy.
Yep.
Who has got real nobody fucks my son but me vibes.
Well, show me.
What? Oh, fuck your son?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking show me.
You from Missouri, the show me state?
The show me state. The show me incest state.
I'm from the show me state. Show me 7, I show you 8 is a line from maybe Batter Up by it's something by Midwest Mafia. I don't know if it's that or the other song that they've done. Where and then she cuz she just keeps lying to everyone.
Yes.
Bolstering her sociopath status.
Yeah.
Because she's like finding excuses because he's not there yet. So she's like finding excuses to stick around and like meets up with the school teacher.
Yes.
Who lives right near there. And
who is kind of a babe.
She is kind of a babe. I like her a lot, actually. And was it her? She was saying she used to date Rod Taylor.
Yes.
And she moved next door to him after they broke up.
Well,
not crazy.
No, not at all. If you're still in love with somebody, Scott, you make it work.
You should move next door.
You make it work.
I like that move. Yeah, she was cute.
Suzanne Plachette.
Oh, yeah. I know Suzanne Plachette.
From? Name one thing. One thing that's not the Birds.
You cut me on the technicality. I was going to say the Birds, 1963. But no, she's been in, like, she's famous. She's been in lots of stuff.
She's the English voice of a couple characters in the English dubbing of Spirited Away.
Yeah, that's what she's most famous for.
She's in...
Yeah, she's a famous babe. She was on posters.
She was in lots of stuff. Continue.
Somewhere in there we get our first. So there's no, which I kind of like sometimes, no reason given for the shit that's happening. Sometimes shit just happens.
Scott, may I point you in the direction of M. Night Shyamalan's The Happening?
It just happened.
Because this is
there was a reason. The trees were pissed.
Yeah, the birds are pissed.
I guess the birds are pissed.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
This movie's parallels are like right there, same, all the way through.
Yeah.
It only attacks groups of people.
Yeah.
It's mad when you don't
that's true.
Run away. Keep your foot on the gas.
A seagull literally tries to eat a little girl.
So first,
which is pretty cool.
When she's going to visit him and drop off the present, watching her try to row that boat was horrifying. I thought she was going to actually drown, and they had to Ultimate Warrior Tippi Hedren.
They actually replaced the original Tippi Hedren drowned.
Yeah,
and they replaced her
with a different looking Tippi Hedren.
Yeah.
Then all right. Oh, sorry. And then I just, at one point, when I don't remember the exact scene, but I was like, I really wish they made movies like this, like with the backlot build an entire like small town area.
Yeah, it's cool.
And the majority of it is because I think somewhat secretly Hitchcock kind of had like social anxiety.
Yeah.
And he didn't like to be around groups of people that he like didn't know, so traveling to locations and stuff was kind of a also fat guy who wears a black suit all the time in the California sun,
boiling hot. I mean, all the time.
I don't blame him for not wanting to, but
air conditioned studio, please.
Yeah, it's so cool though to like just build this like small town on the back lot. I wish they made things like that still. Cool.
And they had to do a lot of, they had to basically invent camera stuff for the birds not to look like shit.
Yeah. They really did.
I mean, by 60 years later standard, they don't look great. But they don't actually look like shit.
No, not really.
It's not bad.
No, it's I think I read a note or a trivia piece that they tried to use like blue screen
and it didn't work.
And it didn't work because you could see too much outline around the birds.
Yeah, so it looked super fake.
It's like smoke screen.
It's something to do with sodium.
Sodium, something like that. Sodium screen or something.
Yeah,
and it actually, for the most part, it looks really good.
Pretty good.
There's a couple of scenes where like it's like they're floating instead of flying.
Yeah,
because like they needed to keep them in frame, but the video footage they had, they were like moving around too much.
Yeah,
so there's a little bit of that, but yeah, it actually doesn't look too bad.
It was weird to be watching this as I see out my window something that I see without fail a couple of times a week now, and it is super weird. A UPS truck driving down the street being chased by at least 100 seagulls and crows working together.
Huh.
I don't know what's going on.
Do you think the driver's feeding the birds?
Accidentally covered the roof of his van in bird food?
Yeah.
Or what? But it's so odd, and I see it all the time.
And it's
not every delivery truck. There's Amazon trucks, there's FedEx, there's Canada Post.
Brag.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Just UPS.
Maybe the UPS guy feeds the birds.
He must.
He sits there and just throws.
Does he? Would you want to be chased by hundreds of birds everywhere you go?
No, not really.
It's
but
weird.
Maybe he's a bird guy. Maybe he's an avian.
Barf.
I agree, barf. But maybe he is.
But maybe you know what? But he could be in the Elite Eight of the.
He could be in the Elite Eight for sure.
He could be a Florida Atlantic University owl.
Owl. Is it gonna tell me right now? Sorry, I was gonna check scores while you kept talking, but then you stopped talking.
Oh, I thought you were on it quickly. Are they playing right now?
No. Number 5 San Diego upset number 1 Alabama.
Hey.
And number 5 Miami upset number 1 Houston.
Ducks.
So
it's a good duck.
It's a good duck. So now we've got in the Elite 8 so far.
Miami Ducks, even better, feathers poking out past shorts look than our previous winner, Kennesaw.
Yes. We are currently waiting to find out who wins between the Creighton Blue Jays are up 47-43 at halftime.
Hey.
And the
Where's my Creighton guy?
Texas Longhorns are up on Xavier 14-10 just into the game.
All right. There's your live updates that will be meaningless in 3 days when you hear this.
They're updates for you and me. So
it's important.
There are no 1 seeds left.
That's interesting.
And as of right now, a 2 or a 3 would be in, depending on Texas and Xavier.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got a 5, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 3, and 9. And then whoever advances between a 6 and a 15 and a 2 and a 3.
Is 9 our boy?
9's our boy.
Yeah.
So if Creighton goes through, and then Florida Atlantic would be the lowest seed left.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
I hope Creighton does go through for our Creighton boy listening.
I hope they
I think
go
it was
through
a,
too, because they got
I think it was a boy. I'm just playing the odds and saying
got
boy.
a good mascot.
Yeah.
This is a real talkie.
It's a talkie.
Because there are so many dinner parties
Yep.
and meet cutes and like going to tell people that the birds are happening, and then they're like,
Hey guys, the birds are happening.
Hey, silly ass woman, shut up.
Shut up.
You're a woman. But there is a lot of downtime between things happening. It's not bad at all. Like it is entertaining enough to like you're not sitting there going like, get to the birds. But there is a lot of talking between bird things happening.
And there's also a while before the birds happens.
Yes.
It's probably 45 or 50 minutes.
It's very
Yeah. Was the first one like the kid's birthday party?
Kid's birthday party was the first one.
Funny. Yeah, where the seagull tried to eat a girl.
Yep. They absolutely tried to eat a girl.
The best bird attack is the through the chimney though.
That's my next note.
Yeah.
I said the scene where the sparrows come down the chimney looks really good.
Yeah. Yeah. Chimney attack was great.
Literally just feeding sparrows down a chimney.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't need to fake that. Here's 1,000 sparrows.
Just don't hit them for real.
Don't hit them for real, and try not to get your eyes pecked out.
Yep. But yeah, it looked great.
Yeah, that was good. And then like the cops are involved, and the cops are like, do you want me to arrest the birds?
Yeah.
What do you think I'm gonna do?
Are the birds black? Then hit them.
Blackbirds, hit them. Get your knee on their neck.
Yeah. Excessive force.
Yeah, like I think this at least like posits and answers the question. Like if the birds banded together, would we be screwed? Answer yes.
I don't know. They're birds. Just grab them and snap their necks.
What if there's so many of
Just
them?
keep snapping. It's like 2-year-olds, Scott.
It's fighting 2-year-olds?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're fucking
maybe so.
birds.
Fighting Chinese guys at my high school.
Yeah, exactly.
How many could you fight? I don't know. All of them.
All of them. Endless.
Yeah.
Next question.
No ceiling. I will say nice cinematography on the playground full of crows.
Yes.
That was a fun shot.
Yes.
I would have liked it a little fuller of crows, but it was still a lot. Don't get me wrong.
Well, a bunch of those crows weren't even real, too.
Yeah.
Like, there were real ones.
Real
but there
ones
were
up
also
front,
dummies.
fake ones in the back. Yeah.
In total, there were 3,200 birds that had been trained for the movie.
It's a lot of birds.
Hitchcock said that the ravens were the cleverest.
They are.
But the seagulls were the most vicious.
For sure.
Yeah.
Have you been to Granville Island?
I have.
If you have, then you haven't kept your hot dog.
Nope.
They'll
come for you.
They'll get you. But yeah, ravens and crows are like actually worryingly smart.
Yes.
Like they can do like weird, complex problems.
Well, and like ravens actually can remember human faces.
Yeah, for years.
Which is crazy.
And
I can't even remember people's faces I met.
No.
That I worked a show with them like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I've already gone, what's that guy's name?
Yeah, and then
Who's that guy?
Then you see him. Yeah, you see him in 3 weeks, and you go, "Nice to meet you." They're like, "Oh, we've actually been on 12 shows together."
Yes, we're on every show together. You just never talk.
And
to
you've
me.
never learned. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, and you never learned my name or face.
Yeah. Well, that's because we're not ravens. We're cats. And cats don't care.
That's true. That's an important thing to remember. When did a guy explode?
A guy exploded during the most hilarious scene in the movie.
Yeah, I wrote dude exploding was great, but it's been 6 months since I've watched this.
Where the birds... So this is during, like, the big swarming.
The big birds.
The big swarming.
Yeah.
And they all go... Rod Taylor and Tippy go to the diner. Yeah. And they're telling everyone what they saw at the school. So at the school...
And everyone's like, shut up.
And yeah, I literally wrote, they of course don't believe her because she's a woman.
Yeah.
So they're telling her, like, these birds are attacking and we need to, like, stay safe and hide. And they're like, whatever, you dumb bitch. And then the birds start attacking outside, and people start like running for their lives.
Yeah.
And it during the course of it, somebody in a car drives away from a gas station and dislodges the thing.
Gas is leaking.
As if somebody's never done that before.
Correct.
And then the gasoline just kind of like pours everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's literally the funniest part of the movie.
It's
because a
hilarious.
guy casually pulls up in his car.
Yes.
Parks the car.
Yeah. Lights,
Gets out of the car while all of this shit is happening.
not bothered by it.
The gasoline has gone from the gas station down in covered the parking lot in gasoline.
Yeah.
He strikes a match, lights his
People watching from the diner window are going, don't do it, don't do it.
Lights the cigarette, throws the match, and then immediately is just eviscerated. Just like
It's great.
Explodes in fire. And it's the funniest, most comical thing that happens in this movie. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is like the big bird thing, and it really seems. I wrote this really seems like the climax, but there's half an hour left.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah. Well, after that, we get probably the most iconic scene in the movie, which is they go out to rescue a child or an old woman or child.
Yeah.
And when they go out to get them, she gets separated.
Yeah.
And she has to run and hide in a phone booth.
Yes.
And in the phone booth, she's like, screaming in terror, whatever, and birds are like zooming by, and then a guy has a seagull on his face.
Yep.
And he is fighting it, and he backs into the phone booth.
Yeah.
And then he gets the bird off, and he turns around, and he's just like all scraped up, and he makes this like look on his face.
Yeah.
And just like collapses to the ground. And then my next note was, if I could travel anywhere in time, I would go back to 1961, and I would get the job as the prop master for this movie, so I could just fucking huck seagulls at that phone booth.
So much fun.
Because it looks like it could be so much fun.
Yeah.
Because then fake seagulls start just getting smashed through the glass of this phone booth, and it looks awesome.
If I had a time machine and could go back to any point in history, I would go back to 1961 and be best boy on this movie because I aim low.
Well, I'm glad you went that direction and not the other joke that I thought you were going to make.
Molest baby Hitler?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been done.
I know. So then after this, they all panic. Her and Rod go back to the diner, and everyone's hiding. And now, of course, they believe her.
Yeah, but they believe her. Two, they're kind of blaming her
A little bit, yeah, because you brought them down here.
The birds wasn't happening until you showed up. I'm like, oh shit, is Tippi Hedren the bird bringer?
Oh, is she a real? What the fuck is his name? Willard? Is she a Willard?
Oh, Bird Willard?
Bird Willard?
You know what? Tippi Hedren could be a Bird Willard.
I mean, she is kind of a psychopath, and Willard was kind of a psychopath.
Yep. It was the remake, but one of Crispin Glover's finer roles.
Yep. This is the part where I wrote the note, their fucking birds just grab them and snap their necks. So eventually the birds just like fucking disappear.
Yeah, they chill for a minute.
There is a cool shot about like when the fire starts and the guy explodes.
Yep.
There's like a really good above the harbor shot.
Yeah.
Where you can see like seagulls fly into place, but they're like watching the chaos.
Yeah, they're like reorganizing.
Yeah, like that's pretty cool. I like that shot
that is
a lot.
cool.
That was really good.
Yeah, and then when there's a break, they hop into the quietest 1960s car of all time. Luckily, so as not to disturb the birds.
Yep. So they drive back to Rod Taylor's house.
Yeah.
And board themselves in. Mm-hmm. And then they're just kind of like waiting to see what's going to happen. And then Tippi at one point like hears a noise in the back.
Yeah.
And she goes to investigate it, and when she opens the door to the bedroom, and it's an awesome shot. It's really good because the bedroom is completely black.
Yeah.
She opens the door to go to look in, and and the lighting from like outside in the hallway slowly reveals in the bedroom that it's just covered in crows. Covered in crows and seagulls.
Tippi, It's birds.
It's birds. Bad news, it's birds.
Yeah.
And they just like start flying
Going
at
to
her,
town.
mauling her until they finally are able to get her out of the room.
Yeah.
She's like comatose now, like
Yeah.
completely traumatized. So now they're trying to figure out like, what's our best plan of action? We're like, well, we need to get inland. Like we need to get away from the water,
Yeah.
and they'll probably leave us alone. Which I don't know if that's sound logic, but
Seagulls maybe, but crows?
I mean,
Crows don't give a shit.
Probably not. Crows will go after you.
Yeah. It's not like they live in water. They can travel.
They can travel.
They'll be fine.
They'll go inland.
Yeah.
Yep. So they get into the garage, and he goes to get the car so that he can pick them up and they can leave. And
Yeah.
as he opens the garage door, there's just seagulls everywhere, just like on the ground. And then he like very slowly like
Just eyeballing them.
rolls the car like forward very slowly
Yeah.
and quietly.
This was the quietest 60s car reference I made.
Yeah. And I'm like, there's 0% chance that a real seagull did not get run over by that car, and they just covered it up.
Yeah.
Like, those seagulls were not getting out of the way, and that car was moving.
Yeah, to imply that 0 birds died
Yeah.
in the making of this is a crazy.
It's the 60s in filmmaking. You can lie. It's not really like throwing horses off a cliff, but it's definitely like, nobody's going to miss these seagulls.
If you could throw one horse off a cliff,
Yeah.
who would it be and why would it be, Adam?
Oh! I was going to say Mr. Ed, because I'd be the most famous man in the world.
The
Filmmaker who killed Mr. Ed to get a
man
shot cuts it from movie.
who threw the talking horse off a cliff.
Threw him off a cliff to get the shot.
Yeah.
Then in the editing room realized it didn't work and cut the scene.
Eh.
Killed the horse for nothing.
We tried.
yeah.
Now we're out of talking horses.
Yeah.
Should have at least tried a test one with Francis the Talking Mule.
Mule though, different.
Sure.
Yeah.
Half horse.
Half horse, but not a full horse. So yeah, eventually they all get in the vehicle, they all get in the car, and they very slowly drive away from town.
Yeah.
And I wrote that it was weird to see Jessica Tandy in the backseat of a car not screaming the N-word at the driver, because I assume that's what Driving Miss Daisy is about.
Yes. 1989 Best Picture winner.
Correct.
Which neither of us have seen.
You nailed it. No, because it's probably boring.
Who's got time?
I got so many fucking trivia things for this. It's insane.
I bet.
I'm going to do some real quick, and then I'll just skip the rest, and people can read them if they want. Rod Taylor claimed that the seagulls were fed a mixture of wheat and whiskey.
They got
And that was the
seagulls
only way
drunk.
to get them to stand around so much.
Interesting. Get them drunk.
Apparently, there was one specific seagull on set that would constantly try to hurt him.
Call the big one biting.
That like it would fly directly at his face no matter what they were doing, and it just did not like him.
I like that.
Tippi Hedren got several different times got cuts on her face from the birds like flying at her and not realizing they had to like pull away. So she got hurt. Don't worry, it's the only time she gets hurt on set via animals.
Follow-up question. Is that the most hurt
Yes.
she's got from animals on a movie set?
Correct. Only birds have ever hurt her, nothing else.
Okay.
And then
I'm gonna re-ask you that question
in a couple weeks.
in like 3 or 4 weeks. Okay. Just remember what you said.
And the last kind of interesting one, I mean, there's so many other ones, but were you aware, Scott, that in the year of our Lord, I probably should have looked up the year.
In a year of our Lord.
In the year of our Lord, 1994, there was a straight to DVD or video sequel called The Birds 2 Land's End, and Tippi agreed to be in it.
Wow.
She was originally going to play the same character,
Okay.
but during rewrites, they got rid of the character.
And Tippi played one of the
Tippi
birds?
played a different random character.
That's so weird.
And to her grave, although she's not dead, she has been so embarrassed at the fact that she agreed to do the movie that she's like never spoken about it again.
Wow.
And like, yeah, she like just felt like it was a complete insult to Hitchcock, to her career, to like everybody that made the movie, because it's such a like piece of garbage.
Yeah,
But I had no idea there was a straight to video sequel.
I didn't either. But like to have Tippi Hedren in it and play a different character in the Birds too. I literally the only way you do that is you go like full bonkers with it, and she plays one of the birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She voices the only talking crow. That'd be fucking great.
Like get her in touch with NCAA avian mascot makers.
Yep.
They'll make her something real nice.
Yep.
Because apparently they can't miss with with bird mascots, and they can barely hit with cat mascots.
Correct.
Which is infuriating.
Yeah, I don't make the rules, Scott.
It was funny. I told Adam on stream on this past Sunday about our March Madness episode.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, let me guess. Cat versus cat finals. I'm like, nope. Adam, you would be shocked at our final four. Because knowing what you know about us, it is not what you'd think.
Yep.
We went zero bias. No, we're sticking true to mascot fuckability regardless of species. Did you think we were gonna have 2 owls and 2 hoofed mammals final four? No, guess what? We did, because that's how it went.
Yeah, well, make better big cat costumes.
Yeah.
And then we won't have this issue. But until you do that, it's gonna be owls and hooves.
Yeah. Yeah, just owls, bulls, and rams that fuck.
Yeah.
Hard.
Yeah.
Loud.
Real hard.
Is that the end of the birds?
That is the end of the bird.
Better off dead 1900. Better off dead ... For
Is there a fourth dot?
No, it's not. It's not a Neil Breen classic. I don't think the dots are necessary in the title.
Definitely not.
You're achieving the same effect by just writing "Better Off Dead."
Correct.
The ellipses unwarranted. Nevertheless, Better Off Dead 1985. Eve coming to us from Eve, her favorite movie. And you know what? I'm not mad at this as a favorite movie.
I liked it.
If you saw it at the right time in your life. Like, this is a great, weird, like borderline absurdist comedy.
Yeah.
Which I'm a big fan of. It's kind of in the vein of like a Wet Hot American Summer type.
Yeah.
Like most of it is grounded enough in reality to like not lose you, but there is some a few very absurd, wacky things that wouldn't happen.
Yes.
But that makes it more fun.
Yeah.
Like I love weird. It's very the state.
Use your words. Use your words.
What's Stella?
Stella.
We got there. I'm like, the thing the guys from the state did. Stella, Wet Hot. I think they drew some from this. I'll tell you what else we need. We need more directors who put their nicknames in the credits. Savage Steve Holland.
Well, that's his
directed
name.
This movie.
That's his name.
Like I want to see 12 Years a Slave by Black Steve McQueen.
I don't think his nickname is Black. I think his name is Straight Steve McQueen.
I would say one of those adjectives is more accurate than the other. And you'd be unsurprised with his nickname.
His nickname.
It's not a descriptor.
Yeah.
It's what his friends ironically call him.
They're like,
hey,
he's
that's
the
straight Steve McQueen. Or like The Fablemans by pedophile Steven Spielberg. No, pedophile protector.
Yes. He's Tony Jaa. He's protecting David Geffen the elephant.
Tony Jaa was throwing flying double knees at people, trying to protect David Geffen.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
David Geffen is the name of the elephant, and Steven Spielberg is playing Tony Jaa. He's fighting off all the bad guys who are trying to get to his friend, the elephant.
I guess that's true. Yeah. I like the very beginning of this because he's looking at a picture. John Cusack.
John Cusack, noted hunk.
I was going to say, do we immediately talk about how hot John Cusack is in this?
My first note is literally Cusack really was such a goddamn hunk back in the day.
Yeah.
He's no Ann Cusack, but he is a very, very close 1B to her 1A.
I think Joan's going to feel bad.
And Joan's a far distant fourth. There's no third.
No, I was gonna say the stillborn that the Cusacks had in 1968 is number 3.
No, his dad, Dick Cusack.
I'd Dick Cusack.
Dick Cusack. He's a director.
Oh, is he? Yeah. Oh, so the Cusack kids had an into show business?
Yeah.
Is anyone?
No.
When's the last time someone worked their own way into show business? Like 1964?
Yeah, or now?
Not now.
New people.
There's no. All the new people are related to someone. Millie Bobby Brown. Her dad was Bobby Brown.
No. Think that math works out.
Bobby Brown raped Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
And she made Millie Bobby Brown.
Okay, I hear you.
Prove me wrong. You can't.
I can't.
Yeah.
The Cusack father directed The Fugitive.
Okay.
Or was he
the television show? Or
was he an actor in The Fugitive? Give me a second.
Like the TV show?
Actor, filmmaker, documentarian. I guess he was also an actor.
Rapist,
he was an actor
communist.
in The Fugitive. He was an actor in 8 Men Out. He was an actor in High Fidelity. So it appears that he only acts in movies where his son is also in the movie.
Maybe he's just a nice dad.
Maybe he's a nice dad. So he's 3. And Joan and her weird side mouth talking... weird accenty.
I love Joan Cusack. Stop.
To fuck her? No. To watch her in movies? Sure.
Yeah. Just to, I want to hang out with her. Stop doing crazy side mouth talking into the microphone, but not say it.
I'm Joan Cusack.
I don't like that. I do not care for your Joan Cusack impression.
This is how I talk.
I don't like it.
I like her too. She's in good stuff.
I love her. I love her in Toys.
Yeah.
She's great. I love her in Toy. I love her in Grosse Point Blank.
Yeah.
These all seem very reluctant.
Yeah. I fucked her.
So yeah, he's John's just in his room looking at a picture of his girlfriend, and the way it's shot, it looks like he's about to do a cum tribute to her. Or is
he not going to?
Is that what's happening?
I think that's what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
By like minute 5, I'm like, oh, this soundtrack already rocks. Like the soundtrack of every. Stop DJing on your laptop.
I can't.
Like even the soundtracks of bad 80s movies are great. Like spoiler, we haven't talked about Short Circuit yet. It's got an awesome soundtrack. It's a stupid ass movie, but it's got a great soundtrack. Like just
spoilers, goddamn it, Scott.
What? Spoilers?
Spoilers, you son of a bitch.
I apologize. I guess this is about Cusack that I wrote. I guess he does some other weird thing besides the looking at the picture. I'm like, oh, I get it. He's a serial killer. His dad is...
It's not the only weird thing he does with a photo of his girlfriend in this, but...
That's true. His dad is David Ogden Stiers, who is legit great. What are you fucking typing?
I'm nothing. I was deleting.
God,
just keep talking. Why is what I'm doing so fucking distracting to you?
Because you're not saying anything.
I'm letting you speak.
I was throwing to you.
All you said was David Ogden Stiers is such a great actor.
Yeah, I was looking for some sort of confirmation.
Sure, he's a great actor.
So yeah, their neighbors are these I don't know, awful people.
Yeah.
Do we just meet Ricky first, or is the exchange student already in the mix? I guess do we meet them all at once?
We meet them all at once.
Yeah. So they have the neighbors have a French exchange student who the awful mom is like bullying her into being her awful, fat, disgusting son's girlfriend. Did you find what I'm about to say?
Maybe.
Yeah. You want to tell us about
how?
Do you want to tell us what I'm about to say?
I didn't know he was an actor.
Yeah. He was
I just thought he was just like an executive, like a writer, executive guy.
He was on 450 episodes of Head of the Class.
I don't know what the fuck Head of the Class is. Are you kidding me?
Is the Howard Hessman?
Is that the one? Is that the one with John Travolta?
No.
What's that one?
Welcome Back, Kotter.
Oh, whatever, same thing.
It's 80s Welcome Back, Kotter. So
Big Fat Liar, Good Burger, The Big Picture. Cool.
So yeah, the neighbor's awful son, Ricky.
Yeah.
Who it took me the second scene he was in to figure it out, because he's dressed insanely.
Yep. I think that's the point.
In the first scene.
I think that's the point. Yeah.
Like pants up to nipples, shirt tucked into it. Like,
how else are you supposed to dress?
Like looks absurd. I'm like, oh, that's a weird looking fat kid. And then the second scene, I'm like, wait, has that fat kid done some stuff? Oh my God, it's Dan Schneider.
It is Dan. It is Dan Schneider.
This man is the reason that Amanda Bynes is in psychiatric care as we speak.
Very second.
After roaming the streets of Los Angeles naked, having the wherewithal to realize she was having a psychotic break and calling 911 on herself. God bless her. She's trying her best. She
wants to survive.
She is mentally destroyed by this man, by Ricky in Better Off Dead. He raped her. Are you listening to me? Dan Schneider raped Amanda Bynes when she was a child and destroyed her psyche for life.
I mean, at the very least, he jerked off on her feet.
Oh yeah.
At the bare minimum.
I think if cum is in the mix, it's rape.
I guess, but if you're just jerking off on somebody's feet, who you hurting?
Amanda Bynes.
Apparently, Amanda Bynes.
I think you might be hurting
Amanda Cosgrove and like all of the other female actresses on any of those.
The Duff Sisters. Miley Cyrus, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe Miley.
Drake and Josh. Did he get them?
McCurdy, whatever the fuck her name
Jen
is.
McCurdy.
Yeah.
She's the other girl on iCarly?
Yes.
Yeah.
And she was on that show with Ariana Grande. Sam and Cat, I believe is what it was called. And
misleading title?
Yeah. Cat's a name, not a thing.
Boo.
But yeah, I don't know. Who's he hurting? I guess children.
I guess
he is a pedophile.
Turns out a lot of children.
Turns out he's a pedophile.
Yeah, so that's fun.
That's fun.
So I guess it happens early. Yeah, so his girlfriend, Cusack's girlfriend, breaks up with him.
Yeah. There's a couple things. I mean, the brother has sick leopard print PJs on.
Yes.
And when Cusack goes to get dressed, his closet, every single coat hanger has a large-sized cutout of his girlfriend's face over the hooks, so that it looks like she's wearing all of his clothes.
Oh, that's why I wrote he's a serial killer.
Yeah,
that's what prompted that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then I wrote Ricky is quite the thick hog, but not in the way you think.
Yeah, but he is subscribing at the $10 level.
He is
at youtube.com/@NotSkyNancy.
as most of you should be.
Yeah. Do dog, step it up. You want these early episodes. Don't act like
you're almost there. You're halfway to a thick hog.
Be a Brian.
Be a Brian. Brian, you're doing it right.
Yeah.
So yeah, she dumps him for the cooler dude.
For the cool captain of the ski team.
Of the ski team, which...
Roy Stalin. Great fucking name.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I guess it's suicide for me. Like, he goes to it so fast.
Right away.
Yeah.
Immediately.
He's like, well, high school girlfriend broke up with me. I'm
almost out of high school and into college.
I'm nearly 18.
I guess I should kill myself.
I should kill myself. Which, hey, we've all been there. I get it.
Did he... Nope. Never mind.
What?
Nothing.
Okay. He tries in between suicide attempts, half-hearted suicide attempts. He tries out for the ski team.
Yeah,
and Roy is like making the decisions,
which is bizarre.
Yeah,
why another high school student chooses who's on the team? Also,
high school ski team.
Well, it's California.
It's the mountainy part.
It's the mountainy part of California.
Yeah.
So
it's
I guess
Big Bear.
Big Bear.
I'll show you a Big Bear.
Mastodon.
Yep.
No.
Mammoth.
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 And that's Colorado.
Yes.
Yeah. But also Mastodon. Fuck it.
Also Mastodon. That tried to be like a Twitter alternative for a minute, but I haven't heard it in about 4 months. For like the 2 weeks after Elon took over Twitter, everyone's like, I'm going to Mastodon. And now...
Mastodon is a real mountain, and it's in Alberta.
All right. We count it.
On the border with BC, in the Rockies.
We're chalking that as a win.
Win.
Yeah. Put it in the book. So he tries out for the ski team, and Roy Stalin, who has already stolen his girlfriend, even though Cusack is pretty good at skiing, says you can't be on the ski team. A real insult to injury. Like, Roy Stalin's a professional son of a bitch.
He really is.
Yeah.
Mastodon is still a thing.
Yeah. Is anyone using it? What's
social network that's not for sale.
What's the user base? 14?
8. You highbarred. Mastodon, social network. Code of conduct, type. That's available in 93 languages.
It's pretty good. But it's just English and then a bunch of offensive accents.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it.
You should be a Mastodon boy.
Apparently, as of November 2022, it had 3,500 people.
Oh, and that's in November. That's
in November.
That's the month that Elon took over.
Yeah.
So that's like its peak.
Yeah.
So I don't think it caught on.
No.
I literally haven't heard it mentioned.
But even so,
once in
3,500 people is nothing.
for a social network.
For a
No,
social
that's
network.
bad.
I'm going to get it.
Now's the time.
I'm going to get it just so
buy
I have
low.
Yeah.
And then sell high later.
I'm just gonna get it so that I can say I have it.
Go to Mastodon, get the handle at Real Donald Trump, and then in a year and a half, sell it for $1 million.
Oh, I got an update.
Go on.
On the 19th of March, 2023,
But Drew, that's like days ago.
Mastodon passed the 10 million users mark.
That's different than 3,500.
So it jumped huge in the last 5 months.
I bet you probably can't get Real Donald Trump anymore.
Probably not.
Sad.
Oh, is that how it works? That's how it works?
I guess. Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, damn. Well, you could have bought low in November, apparently.
Damn it.
But you missed the window. Now it's all Bitcoined up.
Is there a fire going on outside again like last time?
Yeah, it does. Does someone do like a campfire outside your house every
their
day?
Trash?
Or burn their tires?
Guys, I'm on Mastodon. Follow me.
At Real Donald Trump?
At Real Donald. It's installing right now. So I like that every time we do this, I jokingly make an account on something. And then I have to fucking get out of it.
Farmers Only and Mastodon back to back. I am thrilled to see what it's going to be next week.
By continuing, you agree to the following rules set and enforced by Mastodon.social moderators. Sexually explicit or violent media must be marked as sensitive when posting.
But you can post it.
No racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, or casteism.
What now?
Casteism. Casteism.
Oh, that is exclusive to India, like discrimination against different castes.
Ah, weird.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know casteism was a thing, but I like that it is.
No incitement to violence or promotion of violent ideologies. No.
Do not say someone should kill the president.
Okay.
Don't.
Should that be my first Mastodon?
No.
What's it called? A trample?
Yeah, I just.
I'm trampling on Mastodon.
I put out a trample. Yeah, I like that. A trumpet.
A trumpet?
Yep.
No, that's too close to something else.
Too close to at Real Donald Trump.
Yeah. No harassment, dogpiling, or doxing of other users.
Well, then what's even the point?
Do not share.
Okay, we can at least do coordinated harassment campaigns, right?
Probably.
Okay.
And do not share intentionally false or misleading information. I agree. Maybe I'm pointing out other people's false and intentionally misleading information, like saying COVID's real. And I'm just trying to correct the record. Are you signing up for it? I'm in the middle. I'm in the midst of it. So I'll do this as we're recording.
So his Cusack's best friend is I forget.
Is a young man.
He's not that young.
He's very young.
How old is he in this movie?
He's
playing a 17-year-old.
How old is Curtis Armstrong? He was born in 1953.
Oh, so he's
32 years old.
Playing a high school.
Playing a high
like
school
that.
kid.
And let's be clear, he is 32. He looks older than 32, and is playing a hot young Cusack's high school best friend. You may also know him as Booger from Revenge of the Nerds, and it never occurred to me that he is the voice of Snot on American Dad, and that's why the character's name is Snot.
Because it's Booger.
Like, my mind was blown by that, and like hearing the voice, I'm like, I know, like I know Curtis Armstrong, and I've seen him in stuff, but like I'm like, that voice, and I'm like, I'm like, oh shit, it's fucking Snot, and that's why Snot's called Snot. Amazing.
Which one's Snot?
He's got three friends. Mm-hmm. One is Japanese, one is fat as shit, and Snot's the one that isn't either of those. Snot is the poor Jew. Okay. Yeah. The one that sounds like Curtis Armstrong.
P.S. Everybody, I'm on Mastodon now. At Serious
Nice. Send him.
For now, I'm probably gonna delete it later.
Will you be by this time next week?
I don't know. We'll see.
But send Drew a trample in the meantime.
Trample me, daddy.
Trample me, daddy. What else?
And I asked that because I haven't seen a lot of American Dad, so I don't know if I would recognize the.
I've seen a lot of them.
I know you have.
It's so much better than Family.
I wanted to watch it, but then it got taken off of Netflix and moved to Disney Plus, like right around the time that I was like, I should check it out. Oh, fuck, it's gone.
Fuckers.
Yeah.
Not fair.
Is this where we meet the brothers?
I think it is around here. He a couple times during the movie, and I like the layout of the movie, because some of it is just almost like sketches, just from a sketch show, as opposed to part of a larger movie. So just like a couple times throughout the movie, when he's driving and at a stoplight, he'll run into these Japanese guys playing Korean brothers.
Yeah.
Who learned English from listening to Howard Cosell, and
but only one of them, because only one of them talks.
I guess only the one talks, and the other
one drives.
The other one,
and one shit talks.
You can't drive and talk. And
especially not if you're Korean.
And they like challenge him to drag races and always kick his ass, while the other guy is mocking him in in Asian Howard Cosellian, which fucking rocks.
It does.
We meet Cusack's mom, who is mentally handicapped.
I mean, she's
in the plot synopsis, she is described as ditzy.
Yeah.
That does not do it justice.
Her brain is fried.
She has a bad brain.
She spent too much time in the sun, and her brain got boiled.
She cooked.
Yeah. Because she's not... It's not that she's not a human. She's just so... She acts like completely irregular and insane.
Yeah.
In comparison to, like, everything else happening.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't make sense. She's like making all these weird random recipes,
but like insane, with like full octopi or like not even animals that exist in nature, just like weird blue shit. But it's great, just like another just like weird absurd angle on the movie. Like, hey, what if the mom was out of her mind?
What if the mom was batshit crazy?
Yeah, it's great. Cusack's in class. The teacher is I know him as Siamese twin guy from Freak Show episode of X-Files.
Oh yeah.
And
maybe one of the best episodes.
It's a good ep. And added bonus, he's a pedophile, because he is straight up trying to fuck some students.
Well,
and I'm a fan.
Wouldn't you?
Would I fuck some students given the opportunity? Given my druthers? Oh, you're holding my feet to the fire? Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, I would. There's a funny line. Actually, it might have been Curtis Armstrong, which would actually explain him being older.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've been going to this high school for 7.5 years. I'm no dummy.
Yep.
Was that Armstrong?
That was Armstrong.
Okay, so he is canonically
Absolutely.
older
they
than
know
17.
what's going on.
Yeah.
They know what's going on.
Makes good sense. And so the thing with Savage Steve Holland, the director, is I think he's only directed like 3 movies.
Yeah.
And besides that, he's an animation guy.
Yes. Yeah.
So he's clearly trying to find any excuse in this movie to work in his animation, which he does a couple times.
Yeah.
Because Cusack is having an increasingly bad time and is in between trying to kill himself, is having like hallucinations and shit. So that's where they work in some of the animation. We're around Christmas, and I'm like, oh, pretty sick reindeer fursuit, Mom. Maybe you're okay.
Oh yeah.
Like, not bad.
Not too bad.
It wasn't just like the antler headband.
Yeah,
it was a reindeer fursuit.
Or like face through the neck while there's a mouth above it or head above it. Yeah. Those ones suck.
Yeah, this was real deal shit. So I'm like, maybe Mom's not. Maybe Mom's crazy like a fox, crazy like a reindeer,
sexy like a fox.
And then one of the unsung heroes of the movie is Cusack's little brother. Again, I guess not quite the age gap of Rod Serling, Rob Halford, Rod Taylor. Of Rod Taylor and his little sister, but he's still like a lot younger than Cusack, and he's almost mute.
Yeah, he doesn't really talk.
He barely talks, but he's quite capable for his age.
Yes, he is.
In that he makes rockets.
Yeah.
And I love I think it's a little further along in the movie, but he gets a book delivered entitled "How to Pick Up Trashy Women," which is so
very funny.
I was so delighted. I'm like, is that book real? Because I would get that. And Cusack's working at a fast food place, Pegg Burger. So this must be where this came up, but someone pronounces it French fries, and it just delighted me, whatever it was.
French fries.
Was it the neighbor mom saying it to the French exchange student, trying to pronounce French fries in French?
Yes.
I think it was that, right?
I think that was it. Yeah.
Some French fries. That was great. What is "I'm real sorry your mom blew up"? Because Cusack's mom didn't blow up, although I'm sure she put herself in several situations. Or maybe she did. I don't know if someone like fully combusted or if she like
exploded.
Something.
Her food exploded at her.
Yeah.
Or something. And
I think it was one of those. Yeah. But
gave her that burnt look.
I enjoyed the line, "I'm real sorry your mom blew up." We get another deal with the Japanese/Korean Howard Cosell, where I believe he calls them kamikaze pilots, and I'm like, you can't do that.
Well, they're Koreans, so it's fine.
But they're really Japanese.
But the characters are Korean, so it's socially acceptable. Yeah.
So he can call them that, but in the movie he couldn't call them what Clint Eastwood called the gang in Gran Torino.
Oh, you mean
No, you can call it Zipperhead is such a weird slur that you can call anyone that, but more the G one. Goofball. Oh, no finishing consonant.
No, I did. You cut me off.
Oh, yeah. Try that one on for size YouTube.
They won't. That's not even slanderous. That last one was just me swallowing.
Oh, the other weird, wacky running thing is the Paperboy breaks the window of their garage every day
Every day.
with the paper, and then Also, and then separate, so which infuriates David Ogden Stiers, but separately from that, is apparently owed $2 in back pay, and when he comes to the door, the only person home is John Cusack, who answers the door, and now I guess the curse is passed on to him, because this paperboy fucking haunts John Cusack for the rest of the movie, including the final scene, where it's implied that he might murder him.
I think he would if he got the chance.
Yeah. So he shows up in like increasingly more threatening situations, and that it's also very funny.
Yeah.
And then as it goes on, so like the big conflict ends up being between Cusack and Roy Stalin. Also, the actor who played Roy Stalin did not do much.
No.
His age is nowhere on the internet. You can't find it. So shout out to him for keeping it under wraps, but I'm pretty sure he's like 50 in this movie.
Yeah, he might be. He looks old.
Yeah, and is 85 now.
Aaron Dozier.
Yeah, you'll never find his age. And if you find it like right now and quickly, I'm going to be so mad and feel so stupid. But I bet you won't.
How old are the actors from Better Off Dead? Literally a list.
He's not in it. You're not going to get it. I'm pretty sure I saw that page.
It just says unknown.
Not gonna do it.
Unknown.
It's a secret.
Why?
Because he's so old.
Why?
He's the oldest man in the world.
How about Aaron Dozier? Net worth
$150.
Is it the same guy?
Who's to say?
It says he's worth $9 million.
Maybe he's a good investor. Maybe he left acting and got in. Maybe became a tech bro.
Here's a website called deathorkicking.com.
Nice.
And it says,
hold on, is that basically literally like RI Possible, the site?
Kinda, yeah.
Death or Kicking?
Is Aaron Dozier dead or still alive?
I think he's alive. Even though he'd be 85 now.
He's still alive and kicking.
Great.
Please ignore rumors and hoaxes. But it doesn't say his age.
Roy Stalin is dead.
You're right.
Yeah, it's crazy. But good for him.
Good for him.
Keeping it secret. So, so we're going to do a ski off between Cusack and Roy Stalin for... What's that? Because it's not actually for his girlfriend's love, right? Is it just to be on it? What are the actual like on paper stakes of the ski off? Does he just get
be on the ski
team?
Be on the ski team.
Yeah, but by beating him, also he'll win his girlfriend back. That's the implication.
I think the implication is if he makes the ski team, she'll want him back.
She'll think.
I don't know that there's any like formal agreement that she will take him back.
Yeah, there's an implication. Drew, it's about the implication. It's the implication. I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah. But it's the implication.
But it's the implication. She's not going to say no.
She's not going to say no.
Yeah. So, and then as it's going along, he sort of makes friends with the French exchange student who is very astute to not get involved with Dan Schneider.
Correct.
Because, like,
good for her.
You know, you're in a strange place. You don't know how things work. Maybe just like, oh, I guess I'll just like be this creep's girlfriend.
Yeah.
But she's like, no. She turns. In fact, she pretends not to speak English around them, even though she is fluent.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Well, fluent in the sense that she can speak English, but she is also impossible to understand sometimes.
She's got a bit of an accent. Yeah.
Diane Franklin.
Classic French name.
Yeah.
Who would I have been referring to?
Okay, I'm listening.
When I wrote, look at the chin on that bitch. Was it just someone like at the ski race?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but it was something.
Is it the nerdy girl?
Maybe.
Someone
apparently some bitch had a strong chin. But yeah, so they and he's got like a shitty car, but has like a non-working like 67 Camaro or Mustang or some car that's cool in the driveway that he bought for $100 somewhere but never got working. And luckily, a French exchange student is good at skiing and cars, so gets the car going and helps him train for skiing. Very very convenient. And they do the ski race. Cusack loses one ski almost immediately.
Out of the gate.
Yeah.
Didn't attach it properly.
And
so he one-legged,
Yeah.
just like snowboard type skiing all the way down the mountain.
While the paperboy is also chasing him on a bike
down the hill.
Down the mountain.
To get his $2.
To get his $2.
We skipped over at one point he gets called up to the front of the class to do math, which I said
by pedophile
which
teacher.
I said is literally one of my biggest fears.
Not a fan.
I was not good at math. Mostly because I didn't care.
I love showing off how good I am at math in front of my peers.
8 times 3. Nope, so you can't do it. You're too dumb. Did we actually go over the comedic accidentally getting yourself hanged in the...
No, we didn't.
Yeah.
So run me through that.
He's thinking about hanging himself earlier in the movie.
Yeah.
And he wraps something around his neck, and then he's kind of like trying to psych himself up into doing it. And fully retarded mom with headphones on backs her way through the door to put like laundry in or get something from the fridge or something, and knocks him off the steps.
Yeah.
So then he's like hanging there, kicking his legs and trying to get the thing off his neck while he's hanging. And I'm like, I like accidental hanging gags because suicide is funny.
It is funny.
And also
no two ways about it.
Also, apparently, according to Savage Steve Holland.
Yep.
A lot of this movie is autobiographical, and that actually happened to him. He was
thinking about hanging himself and then got
his
real
suicide
hung?
attempts, which expired in the movie. When I went to the garage, I put an extension cord on a pipe, and I'm on a garbage can. And I'm thinking, should I do this? Maybe this isn't a good idea. Anyways, it was a plastic garbage can, and my weight just crashed through it, and I fell, and the pipe broke, and I started pouring water everywhere, and I'm basically in a garbage can drowning, and my mom comes out and starts yelling at me for breaking a pipe, which is what any mom would do. So I started writing down stupid ways to kill yourself, and that would fail after that, and I put them in a sort of a diary, and that diary kind of became Better Off Dead.
Wow. That's very interesting. Yeah, and then the other thing the little brother was doing, in addition to picking up trashy women, which they did pay off. They just like showed him with like he was like fucking adult trashy women.
Kind of,
and he's like 8. Like good on him. But his other thing was like ordering like high end like rocket building material.
Yeah,
which how but hey, good. He's a smart kid. And they. Which they don't. I was because it's just a minor thing. You're not really thinking about it. And then the movie ends. Cusack wins the race, rebuffs his former cum tribute, and goes off with the French bitch.
Yeah.
And it ends. I'm like, oh yeah. But then it comes back, a rare '80s mid credit scene, and I'm like, oh yeah, they didn't do anything with the little brother and the rocket, and the paperboy, as we said, keeps breaking the garage window, so the dad keeps fixing it and stuff, and then just after it's been most recently repaired, a goddamn rocket, full-sized rocket blows through the fucking roof, and I'm like, nice, you tied it all together. Yep. I'm a fan, Savage Steve. I'm glad you didn't kill yourself when you were a teenager. And I'm like, so do they make fun, mildly absurdist comedies like this anymore? Do they?
No,
is this a thing?
Not really.
Why not? It's fun.
Because it doesn't make money, and that's all that anybody in Hollywood cares about.
Because it's not something you can do a bunch of sequels to.
Just make money.
Yeah.
Like, what made money in the past? Just do that again.
Because it's not a Avengers.
Yeah, or a property, an intellectual property that Disney owns, or one of those things.
I like that when he first said it, when Martin Scorsese said like Marvel's not even movies, it's bullshit, and everyone's like, fuck you, old man, you're out of touch, you don't know what you're talking about.
How dare you?
But like now, like especially after the most recent Ant-Man, everyone's like, Marty might have been onto something.
He knows what he's talking
These
about.
might not be movies. These just might be money laundering schemes.
Yeah, kinda.
So shout out to our boy Marty. His friends call him Marty.
Marty. I don't know if we should call him Marty because the last person that we talked to, like he was our friend, Jimmy, died. So maybe we should just cool it on the.
So we shouldn't call Martin that. But we're fine referring to his friend Bobby, right? Probably.
No, that's pretty close too.
Okay, well, our warmest regards to Martin and Robert. A good actor-director pair.
Correct.
And not friends of ours.
And not our friends. Yeah. So please don't kill them.
Don't die.
Whoever's in charge of killing people. The Taliban.
I think it's the Taliban.
Dear Taliban, don't kill Martin and Robert.
Caden Taliban?
Caden Taliban.
Oh, no. Or like Caden Tailban, you fucking coward. Put it back on put it back on your tights.
Coward.
Fat Man 2020 brought to us by who else? Pegg Eric. Oh, I can't believe Pegg Eric paid for a movie about a noted anti-Semite. Real out of your wheelhouse, Eric. What was the other one you paid for? Oh yeah, What is a Woman? Not anti-Semitic, but anti some other stuff.
Yeah, but it spoke to us on a different level.
It really did. I think it's our favorite movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It might be.
It opens with, sure, a lot of production companies I've never heard of, considering the star of this movie has won Best Picture.
Well, yeah, but people want to distance themselves from him.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Why?
I think so.
What do you do? Let me ask you this. What did he even do?
Mel, can I ask you a question? What are sugar tits? What maybe one of the funniest things Ricky Gervais has ever said. Just asked him it and then immediately walked off stage.
Yes.
Didn't even wait for the answer.
No
just
answer.
Left.
What are sugar tits?
What are sugar tits? And they left. I mean, if you want to get down to it,
I'd love to.
Sugar tits are just tits. Because tits are sweet and sugar's sweet. And...
Oh, I thought they were like tits, like lightly moistened,
okay,
and then rolled in sugar. Like a jelly donut, or like when you do the rim of, say, a lemon drop martini, something like that. So, but sugar tits are in fact simpler than that.
Well, according to UrbanDictionary.com,
yep,
sugar tits describe a female with a delightfully sweet bosom, a delicious pair of breasts. What do you think you're looking at, sugar tits? Said by the inebriated Mel Gibson to the arresting deputy is the example.
Here's why Mel Gibson should have never gotten in trouble. Is an interesting way to start a sentence. Because, okay, he's like pulled over for a DUI, right?
Yeah.
And
I think it was suspicion of
DUI because he was driving 2 miles per hour in 4 different lanes. But it could happen to anyone.
Could be anybody. Anybody at all.
He gets pulled over and goes with the out of left field pull. Oh, yeah, another Jew cop. And he's right. The only Jew cop in this hemisphere.
He can smell him. He's got smell.
He's got the nose for it.
He's like a hound dog.
He's
for
the
Jews.
bloodhound. Man, I would love to write the bloodhound of Jews in the description, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to write Doodles has a secret.
That's good.
I could, but I'm really not. I don't like to write the word Jews more than I have to. Also, shout out to the anti-Semitic PR department who figured out a way for the actual name of a people to also be the slur.
Yep. That doesn't happen very often.
That's amazing. Like, oh, Christians. The Christians.
The Christians.
Does not have the same feel.
Nope.
Doesn't have the gravitas of the Jews.
It does not. It is not.
It doesn't. So, I mean, whoever figured out how to do that, I mean, good job. Maybe it was Mel Gibson.
Could have been.
So, this is your favorite movie?
No, but it's pretty good. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
I mean, it's fun.
I like it so much, in fact, that I stopped taking notes after a certain point because I was enjoying it too much. Literally, my first note is I love Mel so much. Like he is actually genuinely so charming.
He is,
even though he's crazy.
Yeah,
but he's like,
You can be both of those things.
just-
You can be charming and crazy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's very charming.
Yeah.
He's got like a natural like presence to
Yeah.
him that you're like, I would trust this man around almost every single ethnic type
I
of
would
people.
trust him around most types of people.
Most types of, I mean, this one he's got an African American wife and he seems really horny about it.
This is now. There can't be a hornier Santa in media,
No,
can there?
There's not.
This is the horniest
This is
Santa.
the horniest Santa that's ever lived.
Yeah.
He's constantly asking her if he can smash.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm tired.
Yeah.
And he's like, come on. Santa's got a blue sack and he needs to unload the presents. And she's like, no, not interested.
Is that an actual line?
No.
Did you think of that just now?
Yeah.
That's really good.
Oh, thanks.
I gotta say, credit where it's due.
Yeah, thank you. Also, I did notice in this that they don't actually kiss on the mouth.
That was in Mel's Rider.
Probably.
Yeah.
Like, legitimately.
I'm not kissing a
I
minority
will
on the
pretend to be married to one of them.
To get me some fake woke points.
I will not be putting my mouth on one of them.
I will pretend to want to fuck her. A lot.
Constantly.
More than you'd think.
They do cuddle in bed, though.
That's true.
But that's... Yeah. And we almost got to see Mel's dick. So close, but it didn't happen.
Especially his dick as Santa.
It's pretty
Probably a white bush.
Pretty magical dick.
Yeah.
Although he's not that white in the beard. He's
very more
salt and
gray.
pepper.
Yeah. Like
There's a little bit of black in the middle, and then some white on the outside.
it's just an actual beard he grew.
It's just
right?
his beard.
Yeah.
That's just his regular
Yeah,
beard.
like they didn't Santa him up a lot.
No.
But he is Santa.
So Kris Kringle
Yes.
and his wife Ruth. Mm-hmm. This is a universe where Santa is real. Mm-hmm. People know Santa's real.
Yes.
He has a workshop somewhere.
Yeah.
And kids are believing less and less, and he's not putting up the numbers he used to.
No, he's not putting up old time Santa numbers.
He's very much Vince Carter on the Atlanta Hawks.
Ooh.
He's coming off the bench for about 12 minutes a game.
Not like Vince Carter in college where he made all his money.
All made all his money. Because we got rich. So he goes and does his yearly delivery, and he comes back shot because kids were shooting guns at his sleigh. He's immortal, sort of.
Yeah.
He can regenerate almost every injury.
He's a Wolverine.
He's a Wolverine, except for he can't regrow back things. But
he heals, though.
His wounds heal.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get his eye back later.
No, true.
So he has scars on him and stuff.
He's a low-level Wolverine.
Yeah, he's a poor man's Wolverine.
Yeah.
And so he comes back from the delivery this year, and his wife Ruth kind of gives him the pep talk of like, no, maybe we should look at doing other things. And he's like, nope, the thing I'm good at is this, and that's what I want to do.
I think it's around here they really blew a line opportunity. Like, I know it's not... The movie's, considering it's kind of a silly premise, is not played that silly.
No.
It's played pretty serious, actually.
It's very serious.
But I think they really blew it when his wife says, have you checked the list? And he doesn't respond
he didn't say it.
with twice.
But maybe that's too comical.
I know, it's too on the nose.
But even then, you can still do it.
Don't ask the question if you're... Don't set it up if you're not going to pay it off.
Yeah.
That's
either just ignore it completely or lean into it.
Yeah.
You can't do half.
You can't ask Santa, have you checked the list?
It's like asking if like something was naughty and then he doesn't
and not
say
throwing in a
or
nice
or no, it was nice or something.
Can't do it.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
So she's trying to convince him to take like other jobs because they have the elves.
Yeah.
They can manufacture. So she's trying to convince him that he needs to take other work the rest of the year to sort of make up for the lack of kids that believe in Santa. Mm-hmm. So while he's doing that, we meet a little boy named Billy,
who's a real young Republican.
He's a young Republican, yeah. And very much like a mafioso family kind of guy. Like his dad is not around, but he's obviously a very powerful businessman.
Yeah.
And he lives with his grandmother in like a huge mansion with like servants and anything he wants at any time of day. And he's obsessed with winning like a science contest, science fair.
Yeah, science fair thing.
Science fair thing, which he's won like every year. And this year he loses to some random girl in his class.
Yeah.
Which he then gets mad about, and has her kidnapped.
Yep.
And
as anyone would.
And threatened.
In my grade 5 science fair, I took now to be fair,
shit in someone's bag.
It was done in partners. Okay. And it was not pick your own partner. It was alphabetical partner.
Like that. So you got paired with.
I got paired with Cody Hennessy, a jock at the time turned artist in adulthood.
Okay.
Interesting. I don't think so, but very gay uncle who ran Hennessy hair salons. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Interesting.
Yeah, but he
Chinese?
Hennessy, yeah.
I just assume everyone who went to school was Chinese. So you could say any name in the world, and I'm gonna think they're Chinese. Dan Smith, Cantonese or Mandarin?
Shockingly Cantonese.
Cantonese. Wow, interesting.
Which they're trying to erase.
Well, yeah. They had their way.
Yeah, so Cody, admittedly not a science guy in grade 5. We did a thing on eclipses, and I thought we did a pretty good job, but we ended taking silver to Raheem Vellani and Chris Ueda.
Chinese?
Japanese.
Japanese.
Look at these.
See, I didn't miss it. I'm not the writer of this movie.
Exactly.
I didn't miss it.
The one
time.
The one Japanese we had too.
Oh!
At the time. Oh. We added another in grade 8, a Kazuki Mukai.
He seems serious.
Very serious man. A real Michael Stuhlbarg. Yeah, we took silver to their gold, and I remember being pissed, and I'm like, if I had the means, I would have kidnapped them and made me give them their gold. And also I love, because that's what he's like, give me like the blue ribbon.
Give me the blue ribbon.
Like, he doesn't care about actually the achievement.
No,
he just wants the thing.
He just wants the recognition. So yeah. I think it's so that he can show his father.
Yeah.
That look, I've won this every single year. Same thing happened to me in grade 6 to grade 7. So grade 6, we had to do a project on like a country in the world, right?
Slava Ukraine.
No.
Oh, I don't know. Just taking a shot. Democratic Republic of the Congo?
Kind of close, actually. So
Belarus.
We had to do a project on any country in the world. We had to do like political history, something else, and then we were supposed to bring like a cultural food that represented that country.
Oh, you should have done fucking Georgia, the country, not the state, and done the what's the thing called with the bread with the egg and the cheese?
Gosh.
I want it more than anything. I think if you just go Georgia national dish, you get it. Yeah, it's like it's a bread with just a shitload of cheese in it. Khachapuri, that's the one.
Yeah, it looks good.
I want it.
Well, what I did was
someone mail us khachapuri.
What I did was I chose because you got to pick your partners.
Yep.
I chose the one Croatian kid in my school,
and
we did Croatia.
Yes.
And then his mom just baked a shit ton of Croatian, like snacks, pastries, desserty stuff.
You did this right.
Got an A+.
Hell yeah.
Then when I went from middle school to from elementary school to middle school for grade 7, completely different school, different teachers.
Yeah,
they did the exact same project.
Oh, tell me,
pulled
it again.
But you did it individually, and you didn't have to do all the cooking and stuff. You just had to do like the project. I chose Croatia.
Yeah,
brought the exact same paper.
Yeah,
got an A. Yeah, and then there was another Croatian kid in my class who I didn't know, who then immediately gravitated towards me because I did Croatia, and then his mom would like make me food.
Yes.
And it was really good.
Nice.
I'm like, man, I didn't have to do any work either time, and I got good grades and great food both times.
Amazing.
Yeah. There were these like
Croatia, number 1.
There were these
Bosnia, suck it.
Bosnia and especially Herzegovina.
Ugh.
Kiss my ass.
How about them Serbs?
I mean, they're the same.
They're all the same. Though all of Yugoslavia is 8 square blocks.
It really is.
And it had to become 12 different
and
countries.
They're all Christian, but they're different types of Christian.
Yeah, can't have it.
No Muslims. God help you if you're a Muslim.
God help you. Christian, God help you.
They really
if you're
don't.
Muslim.
They really don't want Muslims.
They do not.
Go to fucking Chechnya. Get out of here.
Yeah. You want to be a white Muslim? Do it in ex-USSR.
Yeah, go to Kosovo.
Yeah.
But there were these like like phyllo pastry like twists that were like coated in like butter and then like some kind of sweet like sugary topping thing.
Yeah, sugar tits.
And I feel like
they're called sugar tits.
and I feel like he and I probably ate more than half of them just like at our. And then of course like we spread the tables out like the desks around the outside of the room, and everybody would just like go through and sample things. People would come from the other classes to like come see everything. But I feel like he and I probably sat there and ate like the majority of the things that his mom made. I wonder what Pero is up to these days.
Pero Ceausescu.
No, that's a little bit more Romanian.
Yeah. Comenici, also Romanian.
Yeah, as if I'm gonna remember what his fucking last name is. It's like H.
I like that his first name is Spanish for dog.
One R. H.
HQ
Ruij.
Ooh.
No, I don't remember.
Jevashev.
ZH?
So many consonants.
I don't know. Whatever.
Who's got time for that many consonants?
I don't know, but Croatians apparently.
Shout out to him.
Maybe he's dead. I don't know.
Maybe he's doing great. Maybe he's the president of Croatia.
Could be. I like typing in his name, assuming that I was friends with him on Facebook. Brings me to some random slut with her boobs out. I don't know.
Hey, nice.
That's not
Good
him
job.
unless he's trans and his name is Angela now.
Trangela?
Trangela. Well, never gonna find out, so I guess it doesn't matter.
What do you think about Fat Man?
No, I'm busy. Well, I mean, we got distracted. So, anyways, he kidnaps her and threatens her to get the ribbon back. Then the next day is Christmas Day. We're like,
yeah,
we're like, because like they're taking place at separate times, kind of. And he gets a thing of coal. He runs outside screaming, I'll get you for this fat man, which then leads to him calling up his assassin, which is played by Walton Goggins. All-time name list.
Love him. Love his name, love his face, love his acting.
So good.
I think
he's great in everything. No
think
matter how bad the movie is, he's always great.
I think because of seeing this a month or two ago.
Yeah.
A couple months ago, because the follow-up is a month ago. When I was sick in February, I watched all of
The Wire.
Vice Principals.
Nice.
And it's a good show.
I started watching it and I never finished it.
Yeah.
Same thing with
Righteous Gemstones?
Righteous Gemstones.
I haven't watched any of that.
I think I got the first like 3 episodes, and then I was DVRing them and I got too far behind on them, and I was like, oh, I can't. I'm never getting caught up on
Fuck it. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Vice Principals is good.
I mean he's really good in everything.
Yeah.
He really is. He's really good at playing a bad guy, but there's also some like random face characters he's played that he's like pretty good.
He kind of goes heel to face in Vice Principals. Because he definitely starts as like, I was going to call him Kenny Loggins. Not even. I was gonna call I was gonna call Danny McBride Kenny Loggins. Not even Kenny Powers.
Not even Kenny Powers.
The name of a character he played on a different show made by the same people.
Yep. Also incredibly good.
Good.
Except for the last season's whatever.
The first season one of Eastbound and Down is all-time great TV.
Yeah, I would say so.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Even 2.
Yeah.
Even 2 is right up there.
Yeah.
We need to do some stuff. We need to do some tier lists. We need to do some I don't know, we need to do some more like TV show related stuff on this podcast.
I've been saying that for years.
No, you haven't. Well,
I've been thinking it.
You've been telling me to watch more TV.
I have.
Yeah.
And the rest I've been internalizing and giving myself cancer.
Good. Just so you know, Walton Goggins is in your favorite movie of all time.
The assassination.
I'm gonna cut you off right now. Shanghai Noon. Your favorite movie.
Of course. The movie that confounded me for years.
Yes.
I don't get the title.
So, Walton Goggins is an assassin who is obsessed.
Who has also been wronged by Santa.
Yeah, he's been wronged by Santa when he was a kid, and
Yeah.
he's obsessed with, when we first see him, he's buying presents that were given to people from Santa. And he
Yes.
has a massive collection
of Santa
presents
Yeah.
that he has like in his house.
Yeah.
And he's buying a bat from a guy, a baseball bat, that has like the official like pressed stamp thing
Made by
into the project.
Santa.
Made at the North Pole.
Yeah.
So this kid calls him and tells him he has a job for him. He wants Santa dead. And Walton Goggins, of course, has beef with Santa as well. So he goes, "That's interesting. Okay, I'm in."
Yeah.
So now back at the north, well, it's not the North Pole.
It's north.
It's north.
It's snowy.
North Peak, Alaska, is where it is.
Right.
And Santa has
It's magnetic north.
magnetic north. Yeah. Santa has agreed to take a job from the U.S. government.
Yeah.
To make military microchips.
Yes.
For drones, I think.
Sure.
So there's all these military guys like on his property that are like
Telling his elves what to do.
Yeah, I'm setting up and stuff. I guess there's nothing really that happened. Like the rest of the movie is him feeling kind of crappy that he accepted
That
the
he
job,
took this government
trying to fuck his
contract.
wife.
Definitely trying to fuck
And
his
Walton
wife.
Goggins trying to find out how to get to Santa.
Yeah.
And along the way, murdering people.
Yes. I after we were talking about it earlier, I see a few notes down. I did write, I can't imagine this was Mel's first pick for Mrs. Claus. But maybe it was.
Probably not. But I don't think he's racist. I think he
he's
just doesn't
just
like
anti-Semitic.
Jews. Yeah, he's anti-Semitic, not racist, which is totally cool.
You can quote Drew on that, guys. Put it in the film about him.
Well, no, I'm saying that Mel Gibson
It's cool.
being anti-Semitic but not being racist is cool because he could just go
Yeah.
fully everything.
And it's
also he's Australian.
it's also cool for anyone else to do that.
Just Mel.
Is it cool for other Australians to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mel's got a blank check from me. Like, I don't know. He would have to do something really heinous
Yeah.
for me not to like him.
Yeah.
I like a lot of his movies probably more than most people do. Not so much the more recent ones, but a lot of the, like, previous ones.
You're not a Daddy's Home 2 guy?
I mean, I like Daddy's Home too because of him.
Mel Gibson's in it.
He is the best part of it. For directing, I like 2 of his 5 movies.
Passion of the Christ.
Yep. I like his upcoming The Resurrection of the Christ because I'm a born again Christian.
That one's a tough one for me because obviously I want Mel Gibson to succeed.
Of course.
But I would love if it did so much worse than Passion, because Passion made so much money and like really bummed me out about the state of the world that like that many people care about that.
Bad news,
So
Scott.
I think it'd be cool if like way less people cared about it.
Bad
now.
news is going to make $1 billion.
It's gonna make $1 billion.
It's going to. Have you seen The Passion?
No.
It's just torture porn.
Yeah,
It's not even a good movie. It's just
beating the shit
it
out
is
of Jesus for 2
It is
hours.
very, from what I've heard and seen, is very accurate to the Bible.
Wait, isn't it in Aramaic?
It's in Aramaic,
which is nuts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he also did Apocalypto, which is in like Mayan or whatever.
I was not expecting, like, I intentionally never saw Apocalypto. Nothing to do with not liking Mel Gibson. I'm like, I don't care about this movie.
Yeah.
And then when we were watching stuff
Yeah.
for Oscars, I guess.
Oscars,
you're like, no, watch it.
Watch
it's
it.
sick. I'm like, okay, I trust you. And guess what? I still trust you.
Yeah.
Because it was pretty
It's
sick.
fucking great.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, I was like, all right, you got me, and I should have watched it earlier.
Yep.
I mean, I enjoyed the our 2000s Oscar watching because we've basically seen every movie from the 2010s.
Yes.
For the podcast,
pod.
but I definitely had a lot of gaps in the 2000s that watching stuff for the Oscars filled. Like for some reason I didn't watch like any mainstream like mystery or crime thing, like
your Mystic Rivers,
your what's the Tommy
Gone
Lee Jones
Baby
one?
Gone,
in the Valley of Ella,
was
good.
Ella.
Gone Baby Gone, yeah. And they're all good.
They're all great.
Yeah, I'm like, why didn't I watch these? And also, for some reason, any Martin Scorsese or Clint Eastwood movie, I'm like, why didn't I fucking watch The Aviator?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Too long.
Why didn't I watch The Aviator? Why didn't I watch Changeling? 90 minutes of gaslighting Angelina Jolie. It rocks.
Pretty good. Yeah. He's in, I love Gallipoli. I like The Bounty. Lethal Weapon's really good. Then you got, I love Suck Its Dick Maverick. It is so fucking fun.
Yep.
Then you got Braveheart, which is pretty good.
Never saw it.
Ransom's great. Conspiracy Theory is amazing.
Yes. Yeah, was it a run of Ransom, Conspiracy Theory,
Payback, yeah.
It was a good run.
96, 97, 99.
Yeah.
And the only reason he didn't do it in 98 because he did Lethal Weapon 4, which maybe I've seen. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe they haven't made another Lethal Weapon.
Actually shocking.
I
feel like they've made 3
TV
television
shows?
series.
They have. Well, one, they had to recast the guy because he got canceled.
Right.
Yeah.
Funny.
I don't remember what his name is, but...
Damon Wayans Jr.
No, he was the one that got to stay. Or is that Rush Hour? Are we being racist?
I don't know. Or also, tell me if I'm crazy. Did they do a Bulletproof television series?
They absolutely did.
Weird. Was that big enough to be?
No, not even a little bit.
Right?
Not even a little
I'm
bit.
not crazy.
Bulletproof.
Random 1995 movie that I like, but I don't think is probably
I like it.
warranting a television series.
It's pretty good.
It's good.
So Bulletproof. Oh, you tell me there's multiple things. Oh, there is multiple things.
Probably.
Bulletproof TV show is apparently there's a British version?
There is a British version.
Weird.
With Noel Clarke and Ashley Walters.
There was a direct-to sequel, Bulletproof 2, starring Dawn Michael Paul and Faison Love.
I like Faison Love.
Lethal Weapon.
Maybe there isn't a Bulletproof TV series.
I thought there was, but maybe it's that British thing that we're just thinking it is. Lethal Weapon would be Damon Wayans and Clayne Crawford, who...
And they canceled my boy Clayne?
I think they canceled your boy Clayne.
Did he show someone nude Clayne?
Nude? Can I see a nude Clayne? And then he was replaced by Sean William Scott.
Oh.
So,
Stifler.
Yeah, he...
No, not Stifler?
Yeah, Stifler.
Okay, yeah.
Apparently he had bad behavior and hostility on set, and he was fired after 2 seasons and replaced with new character played by Sean William Scott.
See, that's the problem with canceling. Being kind of a dick on set is equated to serial rapist. Like,
you're right.
Clayne and like Jeffrey Tambor yelled at Jessica Walter one day on Arrested Development, and they're the same as Kevin Spacey.
Well,
I mean, or a better example, because what did Kevin Spacey even do?
Nothing, because he's gay, so it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
But like an actual, like, I guess a Weinstein. I think he did some shit.
I think he did some shit for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I like Mel's movies a lot more than other people. Like,
but that late '90s run,
yeah, I would love to. Somebody pay for us to rewatch Conspiracy Theory because I really like that movie.
Is that a Rene Russo?
That's a Rene Russo,
who I don't like.
Not a big fan of looking at her face.
No, neither.
She's a good actress.
I was gonna say like in Nightcrawler, I'm like,
oh yeah,
I don't like Rene Russo, but everything's good here.
Yeah.
So,
like she is a good actress.
She's a good actress.
She's just not great to look at.
I just don't like looking at her. Sad.
Where are we at? Okay, so now
we must have gotten to this point so far. It's probably at the beginning of Walton like hunting Fat Man. He does a sick rolling armbar at some point. I can't remember where and in what context.
Are you sure it's there and it's not?
I don't know if it's there.
I
I might just have a gap in notes. Yeah. Oh yeah. The only other thing I wrote before this was, I can't tell if this movie is serious or tongue in cheek, and I think it's serious.
I think it's serious.
Yeah.
I think it's serious.
And then next thing is sick rolling armbar Walton, but that might be a little later on.
Yeah, he definitely does one. I just don't remember exactly where it is in the movie.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
it's
so he no one knows where Santa lives, but they do know the post office he uses. That's how.
Word gets to him that that's where to go. That because he confronts like a postal worker, and says,
he's like, wait, where's the stuff the fat man come from?
Yeah, and he's like, I don't know. There's like a box at the main office downtown.
Nobody knows.
You can ask the guy the who runs that office.
He's like, nobody knows. They're like, oh, but what if I have a gun?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
So then he kills that guy, steals his uniform and his truck.
Yep.
Then he goes there. He meets the guy who's in charge. He asks him. He tells him, I don't know. It's like it takes it to a P.O. box like up north.
Yeah.
So then he kills that guy. Yep. Then he goes up north, and then he finds the small town that he lives in, and he asks, I'm looking for my friend Chris. Can you tell me how to find him? He's like, nope. Nobody knows how to get a hold of him.
But he comes here to get the mail
a couple times a week. Yeah. So if you leave a note, and he's like, nope, I'm good.
I'll hang out.
Then he does something that I really like. I mean, maybe it's a little overplayed, but whatever. Is when he goes, I just haven't seen him in a long time. Does he still drive that green Ford? And they're no, it's a red Chevy. He's like, right, red Chevy. You're right.
It's a good move, and
I like it.
It does work on
it works a lot.
On someone who's not suspecting you to be fishing for information,
and you said he's your friend.
Yeah.
And people
you've already disarmed them
in small town Alaska. They're gonna believe you're his friend.
It's a good play.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah.
So now he knows.
So he stakes out the post office.
And
and then the first sniper attempt doesn't work because shit gets in the way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you wanted to clandestinely murder Santa, maybe don't give up after your first opportunity doesn't go perfectly and go straight to storming the compound with 1,000 elves and the military at it.
Yeah.
But he actually does pretty well at it, so I know. But I'd have maybe given the post office one more shot.
Yeah, I would have tried twice
before,
and then go full scorched
going scorched earth. Exactly. Yeah. He's like, oh man, Walton is many things, but patient man, he is not.
Yep, definitely. Like I said, he goes to a hunting store, buys white winter gear.
Yep.
Has all of his weapons. He goes up to it. He decides to just fuck shit up.
Yeah.
He starts just killing sniping military officers. Then he goes into the compound. He just starts killing everybody. Santa gets alerted this, and so the whole movie, especially earlier in the movie, Kris Kringle has been practicing his shooting.
Yeah.
He always has to defend himself and stand his ground because it's a show me state. I don't know. It was a callback to earlier.
Yeah, it was a good callback. So he's out there shooting cans, Mexicans, Africans, and Puerto Ricans. Yeah. Right before he gets alerted to the chaos at the factory, and he and Ruth are just hanging out inside.
Well, they do finally fuck. He finally gets his dick greasy,
which is great. And they're just hanging out, and there's a big wood stove in the middle of the big room, and I'm like, I really like that. And have I always liked old things, or do I just like old things now because I'm old?
Both.
Yeah. But I'm like, I shit like that is cool to me now.
Yeah.
And in earlier times I wouldn't have cared.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Just making observations about
being autistic and old.
Yeah.
That's good. It's fair. So Santa gets alerted, and then he goes out to confront Walton Goggins.
Yeah.
I like this scene a lot.
It's good.
I think the scene is really fun because Goggins is far away from the house behind a pile of firewood.
Yeah.
It's a long trench of firewood.
Yeah, it's a long wall kind of.
And Kris Kringle comes out. tells him, like, he knows who he is, because
Yeah.
obviously he knows who everybody is.
He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He's
yeah.
gonna know it's Walton Goggins. I mean, come on.
Walton Goggins. So
He knows when you're Walton Goggins.
He does know when you're Walton Goggins. So Goggins pulls out like a police car toy. That's the only thing Santa ever gave to him as a kid, and
before it turned bad.
And he says, like, you know, I can only do so much with what I'm given.
Yeah.
Right. So he's pretty much saying that, like, I gave
bad.
you that, and the next year you became
You're a piece of shit.
monster.
Yeah.
So they have a huge gunfight.
Put your mom in a rolling armbar.
You did. You broke her goddamn clavicle. So now he gets in this big gunfight where Kris Kringle's on the far side, and he's got like a handgun, and Walton Goggins has like a high-powered long-distance rifle, and they're shooting back and forth, and Santa gets shot in the leg, and then he has to go hide behind a tractor, and then I like the visual, because then when Goggins is reloading, Santa makes full speed run from the tractor to the other side of the stack of wood, and now there's like this kind of standoff because like Goggins doesn't know where he is.
Yeah.
Kris Kringle's trying to think of his next move,
But like as the crow flies, they're very close to each other.
Yeah. So then they both very slowly start making their way down the line towards the end of the pile. But then Kringle makes a noise.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
So then there's like a brief pause, and then they realize that
I got some brief pause for you.
You do have brief
Actually,
pause.
they're not very brief.
They're not very brief.
They're going to stick around.
Very long. Then they have like they jump at each other at the same time.
Yeah.
Grabs his gun, gets him down. Like Santa doesn't want to kill him.
Yeah.
But then Goggins has like a hidden blade, Assassin's Creed style, and just gets him.
Yeah.
And Santa falls off, and then Goggins gets shot out of nowhere by Mrs. Claus, by Ruth. And then he starts unloading at her. He shoots her. Then she crawls back in the house. He goes up to pursue her. And then as he's about to get to her, Santa's... she hides.
Yeah.
She hides in the corner and she blows him away. So she kills Walton Goggins. Goes back out. Santa's been shot in the face.
Yeah.
And then the elves come out and they're like, "Oh, Santa!" Like they run up to him, and he's still alive, but he can't regenerate his eye. And
Loser.
then the next thing you see is from the point of view of Ruth, I think, is knocking on the door. Oh, sorry, before that, the grandmother of the kid finds out that a bunch of money's missing from their like account, and she's on the phone and she's like, "You tell me who did it. I'm gonna make them pay." And the kid overhears it and is like, "Uh-oh, fuck."
Yep.
So he steals her sleeping pills. He's gonna crush them up into her milk and then give her the milk, and she'll die. So then what you see is like a POV shot from Ruth of the front door. The maid answers, and then you just go back to the kid in his room sitting at his desk. And then and he has told her previously, "Do not disturb me. I'm going to be jerking off in my bedroom."
I have business to attend to.
So she comes up and knocks on the door, and he's like, "Listen, I said no interruption." She's like, "There's someone here to see you." And he goes, "Oh, fine, whatever." Open the door. It's Ruth, and then followed behind her is Kris Kringle with a cane and an eye patch on.
To which I wrote, "I hope he straight up beats the shit out of the kid."
That would have been amazing, but I think that defeats the purpose of Santa.
It's not his style.
But what he does instead is so much more fucking boss.
Yeah.
He walks up to him, he says his name, he then grabs the milk and chugs the milk.
That's right.
Then he goes, fentanyl. That would have done the job. But of course, he's Santa and he's immortal. So the fentanyl does nothing. In fact, it probably helps him with his pain.
I bet it feels great.
Yeah, drinking a whole glass of milk with like 20 opened capsules of fentanyl.
Don't promise me things I can't have.
Go home.
I want some fentanyl milk right now. Go
home and try some fentanyl milk.
If I had fentanyl milk, I'd be drinking fentanyl milk.
Yeah, let's call up our guy, and he'll get you some stuff. It might be off-brand Russian.
That's what. It doesn't make me feel good. I want
the real stuff.
I need prescription.
Yeah, the real stuff.
I need to. I'm not gonna say it because I have a wrestling match tomorrow.
We're at 3 hours 6 minutes. You're fine.
I need to really hurt myself and get some proper opioids.
Well, good thing you're having a on a pole match tomorrow. So
good thing I'm wrestling a giant black man
who's sloppy.
He's a little bit sloppy in a
Not as strong as he thinks he is.
tail on a pole match. He's not, but I'm gonna try a head scissors with him tomorrow.
Okay.
I think he can take a head scissors.
Make sure that you tuck your.
No, I'm not
your
doing
arm.
a Mystica. I'm not shooting the moon on it.
Boo, coward.
I wonder if I'll
Boo,
ever.
coward. Do it again.
I wonder if I'll ever try it again.
Okay, hear me out.
Hear me out.
Hear me out. Same match. You do a La Mystica. I do the Undertaker dive.
It's our overcome our fears match.
The two things that are that we've been afraid of. Let's overcome those fears.
If I have a great base, I'll do it. If I have a Ricky Shane Page type, or a Ricky Shane Page, yeah. Because the one I did with him was like butter.
Well,
and actually, honestly, every other one I did with Dan besides the one where I broke my arm felt easy.
Just the one, yeah.
But yeah, if we have a real good base, and I'm assuming 2 good catchers on your part.
How about this? I'm gonna do one first to the stage at SOS because it's not a far fall.
See if you can clear the ropes.
But I never had a problem clearing the ropes other than the one time I fucked it up. And I even did it one time after that.
Yeah, you did,
But
right?
then I was like, maybe I'm not a high flyer.
Now I'm scared.
But then I've been doing moves to the floor a bunch because I want to hurt myself.
Yeah,
so
I respect that.
Yeah, I'll do it. SOS is a really high ring.
It is a high ring. That's a thing.
Yeah, if there's a group of people,
do it timber.
Ooh, low ring.
Yeah,
too low.
I'll do low.
I'll do it 5cc with the safest ring.
It's also kind of high though.
It's a little high.
Yeah,
but I'll do that timber.
Do it timber.
Yeah,
easy. You've got a good catcher next show. Next timber show. You'll get there.
Have I already forgotten who we're wrestling at timber?
You have, but think of a team we've never wrestled that will be very fun to wrestle.
Right. That's in September.
That's in September.
I might forget by then.
You might.
Also, why September? That seems so far away.
They do one show every 2 months.
And we're not on the next one.
Next show, the May show is the second half of the first round. Yeah. July show is all women's. Boo. I hope nobody comes.
Cowards. Boo.
And then September is...
What are you, fucking 3-2-1 battle?
September is the semifinals, where I don't know, maybe we've got 6 months to convince them who should maybe actually win that match. So you don't have a weird finals.
So you don't have terrible finals.
Yeah,
I don't know. All character work versus the most intense team that wrestles.
Yeah,
I don't know. Seems weird.
I mean, we have some character work, but we can also go.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Figure it out, guys.
Anyways, he tells the kid that he needs to stop being such a little fuck.
Yep.
And then that's the end of the movie, and it's great.
Yeah. My last note is I kind of thought they'd get out of the military contract, but I guess Santa just works for the Department of Defense now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that would be like, because he didn't want it. Like, it was a desperation move to take the military contract, and I thought there would be like some sort of resolution to that, but there wasn't at all. He just works for the government now. It's funny.
Yep. Well, shit pays the bills. Garbage pays the bills. Military garbage pays the bills.
Kirk Douglas taught us that. Was it Kirk Douglas?
Nope, it was Christopher Lee.
Was it Christopher Lee?
I think it was Christopher. It was either Christopher...
Charlton Heston?
No. It was either Christopher Lee or Christopher Plummer.
I
think, maybe Plummer.
1,000%. Lee didn't feel right, but it did feel like a Christopher.
Yeah, it was an old dead Christopher who told us that. Finally, we're gonna end this off in a. We had the nice warm Christmas kind of.
We had the nice warm anti-Semitic movie. Yeah, and now
we're gonna have an even warmer anti-non-whites movie.
We're gonna go a little harder in the paint here.
1998's American History 10.
Now, I haven't seen 1 through 9, so you're going to need to fill me in. I feel like I lost a lot of context. Brought to us by Sonex.
Sonex?
Sometimes he's good for one.
You know what? You made up for everything else by getting me to rewatch American History X. Because it has been 20 years since I've seen this movie.
Sonex has the spottiest track record with requests.
Yeah. Hate. One of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, let me...
And not just because I'm a white person and the movie's about white people doing hate crimes. That's completely coincidental.
This is such like this.
Sonic. Weird anime? Did you do a weird anime?
We've got Sonic the Hedgehog the movie, which is the 1996 anime.
Yes.
Wild Tales.
Didn't like. Very good.
Kiki's Delivery Service.
Good.
But low end Miyazaki.
Low end, but good.
Top Secret. Fun.
Silly.
The first 3 episodes of Sonic X.
Yeah, that failure.
My favorite Mobility Merry moments.
Okay, pretty good.
And this, and then 2 to be announced, 1 good, and 1 the worst of all of them.
Yeah, I think so.
So,
well, this is the best one you've recommended, and I'm very glad that I had a reason to sit down and watch it again, because it is genuinely such a good fucking movie.
It's the reason for the season. It had been a very long time since you had seen it.
Maybe 20 years, or like a little bit less than 20 years.
Me too. Same thing.
I knew it was good.
Yeah.
I knew I liked it. But not seeing it for so that is something that I will look forward to when we don't have to do all requests anymore.
Yeah.
Is I really want to revisit movies that I know are good, but I haven't seen in
forever.
20 years.
Yeah.
I don't have any like right off the top of my head right now, but there are so many that I think.
Oh, for sure.
Somebody kill that dog, please. Yeah. There's so many that I think, I should rewatch.
Yeah.
Right?
There's tons of
even
stuff.
some that are like less than 20 years. Like, I don't know the last time that I saw like There Will Be Blood. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw it.
Actually, yeah. Me too.
And it's one of the best movies ever made.
Yes.
And I have not seen it in 10 years?
I think I've seen it at the theater and one more time, but that one more time was still a lot of years ago.
Yeah. But like, there are so many that I'm like, I know that's a really good movie.
Yeah.
I should rewatch it. Mm-hmm. I don't have time to
I don't have the time.
it.
But one day we will. Pretty soon.
In a couple weeks.
Unless people request more stuff.
Yeah.
Which they could.
I mean, what would be great is if people would just start giving us $100 for choose your own adventures.
We got one of those next week.
That's true. But if they're giving more choose our own adventures, we can just start picking those movies, get paid to rewatch them, and then talk about them.
100%.
Which is perfect. At 3 hours and 15 minutes, thank you everybody for doing that. I know you're all still listening.
Some of them inexplicably are.
Yeah.
So did you make a letterboxed list of 2 movies? And if you haven't, you maybe should.
I did.
I
have 2 separate letterbox lists that involve this movie. One is from 3 days ago, and one is from like 2 years ago.
Give me both of them.
So the original one was after I had watched the DC animated feature, The Death of Superman. And the list is movies featuring at least one curb stomp. And it is that and American History X.
Very good.
And the one I made 3 days ago was movies where a white actor tries to set the world record for saying the N-word consecutively. And it is this in 42. Now, this is a very close but still distant second
to Alan Tudyk.
Alan Tudyk says it more than anyone's ever said
saying
it ever.
To Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah.
Which
he says,
which unconfirmed might have killed Chadwick Boseman,
possibly.
Now,
and this one is Fairuza Balk saying it to Ed Norton.
Now, I posit you
an
unprecedented third
list,
2-movie list containing this movie.
Okay. This is something that somebody else made, or you're telling me I need to make it right now?
This is me right now telling you, I'm offering it to you. You can make it if you want. Movies where a Nazi is the good guy, American History X, and the Kanye West documentary.
No, can't do it. I feel like that's going to get me in trouble.
I tried.
Because Kanye's not a hero. Kanye's not a good guy. I'm fine with doing it for our boy Ed Norton, but I'm not giving Kanye shit.
That's fair.
Ed Norton is like one of the best actors of our generation.
He's great.
And I mean, I guess Kanye is one of the best rappers of our generation, but he's also a scumbag.
Yeah, he's gone an interesting route. I think he's friends with Mel Gibson.
No. Mel's better than that.
Yeah.
So this movie literally has every single racial slur you've ever heard.
And some you haven't.
And some that are like made up for this movie. Because like
fancy new slurs.
Every single line in this movie has one.
Yeah.
Like it's
you can't go a sentence
insane
without a fun new slur.
But yeah, it is really, really just packed full of everything you've ever heard said, like playing online against someone on Xbox or PlayStation.
12-year-old playing Call of Duty.
Or anything on Twitter after Elon took it over. Like, it's incredible what they come away with.
Yeah.
This movie also used the word fuck 214 times.
Good numbers.
That's up there. I don't think... It's not number one. Number one is... a Tarantino movie.
I could see Tarantino. I was thinking like a Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Alpha Dog. 367 times.
Alpha, is that a Joseph Gordon-Levitt?
It is. Oh, and, sorry, this is in reverse order. That's number...
10 or something?
That's number 7.
Justin Timberlake also in Alpha Dog?
And Neil Hirsch, Jew. Straight Outta Compton, 392.
Solid. That's a good movie, too.
Casino, 422.
Casino, yeah. Oh, Goodfellas in the mix?
It is not.
Oh.
This one is a movie I've never heard
It's called
of.
Fuck the Movie.
1997's Nil by Mouth.
Don't know.
It's a UK drama about working class families in London with Ray Winstone.
The Full Monty.
Oh, it's also notable for being Gary Oldman's directorial debut.
I know him.
Weird. We talked about him earlier. Summer of Sam, 435. Uncut Gems, 560.
Wow, way to go, Sandler.
And number one is The Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, I think I remember hearing that.
569 times.
Because that has length on its side, too.
Yes.
You know what else has length on its side? Not my penis.
Oh. So, this movie, I could understand why people would not like this movie.
Grow up.
I agree. Don't be a coward.
Yeah.
It was made in 1998. It was different times.
Yeah.
But as a movie,
it's fucking good.
It's so well made.
Yeah.
I mean, I got so many like notes. I got so much trivia for this. I think let's just get into it instead of just like gushing over it.
Sure. Gushing over this Nazi movie.
But it's kind of also
Triumph of the Will. Now that's a movie.
I don't own it.
You don't
I
own
do
it?
not own a DVD
If I was to scour
copy.
this room we find ourselves in right now,
I don't know.
I would not find a digital versatile disc copy of Triumph of the Will, perhaps with a Vancouver Film School sticker on the cover.
No, because I think you would give up before you found it.
Is it in your butt?
It's in my butt. I keep it close to my heart. Did you know that Ed Norton turned down Saving Private Ryan for this movie?
Ooh.
I don't know what role he was cast in, but
Private Ryan.
I can't really see
He's
him.
a little
I could see him being the Adrian Caparzo role, which is Vin Diesel. I could see him maybe being that.
He could be Tom Hanks.
I don't think he's gonna be the lead.
I'm not good at casting.
Ah, okay.
Remember when Saving Private Ryan didn't win Best Picture?
Fuck off.
And Shakespeare in Love did.
Fuck off.
And Shakespeare in Love
I liked one of the comments on our YouTube video last time that was when I said his last nomination was... And you were like, wow, that's 16 years ago.
No, because we were talking about John Williams.
John Williams. Sorry, yeah, it was John Williams.
And you're like, the last thing he won was for 1994 Schindler's List. I'm like, wow, it's been 19 years. And then the comment was like, oh, would that were true, buddy. I'm like... Oh God, that's 29 years
ago.
My life.
You aged 40 years in one comment.
I looked at my own portrait and
Dorian Gray.
My face withered and my hair grayed.
Yeah, that was very funny.
Oh, it's not your fault, commenter. That's the worst YouTube comment I've ever gotten, and it was true.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. One interesting piece of trivia is that constant changes to the script by Edward Furlong and Edward Norton resulted in Tony Kaye being disappointed with the project and leaving him wanting to quit.
Oh.
Kaye claimed that their tinkering with the script changed the script radically from his own vision of it. He was also reportedly so unsatisfied with Norton's performance that he still, to this day, feels like the movie is unfinished. I wrote, Ed Norton being hard to deal with. No! What a shocker.
These fucking Edwards. Would you say these Edwards are the original Daniels?
Huh.
What do you think about that?
Furlong and
Norton, the original Scheinert and Kwan.
Yeah, I'll give it to them.
Which one of them would make a solo movie about horse fucking, and why would it be Furlong?
Because he'd be so desperate he'd have to, and he'd actually fuck the horse on screen.
He's a pro.
He's fat. He's fat as shit. Have you seen him?
I don't think I've seen.
He's so fucking fat.
I do have comments about his appearance in this movie.
Don't worry, me too.
Which I think I DM'd you about.
Yeah. Anytime.
It's my fourth note.
Okay. So
I'll get there.
This is a note I wrote later down, but I'm gonna just say it now because it works. It is so bizarre to me that white supremacy is so prominent in Southern California.
Yeah, it's literally. I think I forgot it took place there.
Yeah, me too.
Because I'm like, it's the South.
Yeah. Well, even so, talk about going out of the frying pan and into the fire. You're literally going to one of the biggest melting pots of ethnic diversity, and you're like, boo. No, we're white and we need to take this back.
Swastika tattoo, please.
I could see if this was Wisconsin or Ohio or somewhere more central Midwesty, but the fact that it's literally
SoCal,
5 minutes from Mexico,
Venice goddamned beach,
and you're like, this is the worst place in the world because there's so many ethnics in the warmest climate in the country that you can almost see Mexico from.
Yeah,
that's just so weird.
It is weird
that you're like, I guess. If you're a white supremacist, you want to take back everything.
Sure.
But just start places where you're going to get more allies.
Yeah.
Instead of just taking the basic minimum army you have and going and trying to take out all of the orcs before you can get to Sauron.
You're shooting real high, real fast.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So the movie kind of it goes back, it flashes back quite a bit.
I forgot some of the movie was in black and white, and then I'm
because that's all the flashbacks.
Yeah, and I'm like, also black and white makes sense.
That was one of the notes I wrote. That was intentional.
Yeah,
because at that point, Ed Norton is only seeing black and white,
and then
when he comes out of prison, he sees everything because
he's color. Although he was kind of seeing color before.
Oh,
because it actually, you could make an argument it should be the other way around, because when he gets out of prison, he doesn't even see color anymore.
True. Yeah. So we do get a back and forth between what happened before and then current day.
Yeah.
There's also a recurring voiceover that is partially Ed Norton and partially Edward Furlong. It becomes Furlong kind of for the end of the movie.
Yeah.
But you do get some voiceover of their sort of observation of the changing times and what's going on with their characters during the movie, and then you kind of get the reveal of what Edward Furlong's is at the very end.
Yeah.
So we start off in a flashback of at nighttime. There's a car that pulls up outside of the house and smashes a window of a car.
Shouldn't have done
Edward Furlong wakes up, and then he goes to wake up his brother, who is Ed Norton, who is having sex with noted ugly person Fairuza Balk, who not a looker. I don't care for her.
Here's what I'll say.
Other than one movie.
I did say Nazi Fairuza Balk is second only to Cat Fairuza Balk.
Okay.
But
you know what? I would take white trash Fairuza Balk in The Waterboy over any of those.
Over Cat?
Over Cat.
Well, because they didn't really cat her up that.
Not really.
They didn't cat her like Richard Stanley wanted to cat her.
No, and they didn't.
He wanted to cat her good.
They didn't cat her like Monkey Bone did to Rose McGowan.
Damn. I love Rose McGowan. Monkey Bone. She's so hot.
Yeah, she's great in that movie.
Yeah.
Very catty.
Very catty. It's not impossible to make a good cat girl.
Nope.
Or boy or whatever.
But not everyone tries.
No, they don't.
So he goes in and tells him that a black guy is breaking into his car. Edward Norton could not lose his boner faster than he did.
Yeah.
You're telling me there's a black guy outside and it like went in.
Racism trumps love.
Yeah, because he was full on penetrating.
Yeah.
And then as soon as he got up,
mid-coitus,
it was like
gone.
-10.
Resheathed.
So he goes outside. He asks his brother like very specific questions, and Furlong's kind of like, I don't know, man. Like, he's like, no, I need to know. Is there one? How many are they packing? Whatever. So he opens his door, blows away one of them.
Yep.
The other guy tries to run away. He shoots him and then chases him down.
Yep.
That's all we see right then.
Yes.
Now we come back to current day where Edward Furlong is in high school.
Shooting some b-ball outside of the school?
No,
later.
That's later. So now we're like present time in color. He's in school and he's you see not only noted mega hunk Elliot Gould.
Yes.
But you also get Captain fucking Benjamin Sisko.
Okay.
From Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Interesting. That's how you refer to him.
Why?
No, you're good.
Yeah.
But when I at first the first frame of Avery Brooks, I'm like, oh shit, Commander Sisko. I'm like, he got made captain eventually, right? Because otherwise, that's a huge diss. He did.
Yeah.
But he starts off as commander because Deep Space Nine didn't have a captain because it wasn't a ship; it was an outpost.
Yes. Correct.
But he got his due.
Man, this should become a Star Trek podcast. Although I bet you there's
maybe
I bet you there's like 35 of them and we've never heard of them.
I'm sure there are, but maybe in a couple of weeks it'll be a little bit of a Star Trek podcast.
Yeah. I watched a significant amount of all of them. I probably watched almost all of Next Generation. I watched a good chunk of Deep Space Nine. Voyager. Did I watch a lot? I've seen a little bit of Voyager. I like all of the theme songs a lot. I used to have them all on my iPod. I think I still do if my iPod works.
I've seen a little bit of original.
I've seen maybe a couple episodes.
For sure, all of Next Generation. Good chunk of DS9 and almost nothing else. Probably a couple, like as much Voyager as original series.
Okay,
and that's
There's a couple good Voyager episodes. I think I watched the pilot of.
I might have watched the pilot
of what was the Scott Bakula one?
Oh, sorry, Enterprise. I might have watched the pilot of Voyager.
Enterprise.
I guess Enterprise.
Yeah, I watched the pilot and it wasn't that good.
Yeah, I didn't watch.
And then I watched the first 2 or 3 episodes of whatever the most Discovery.
Yes,
and it was fine, but it this is gonna sound weird. It was too bright. It was too shiny and it didn't look like Star Trek.
Gotcha.
It looked like some other space show.
Yeah, and then there's also Picard, which is apparently, unfortunately, very bad.
Yeah, but it's not Star Trek. He's on a planet and he's an old man.
He's hanging out.
And his dog's name is Number 2, though.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
You could do a lot worse with dog naming than naming after Jonathan Frakes.
And I think Jonathan Frakes directed a lot of it.
Sweet.
And he's also in some episodes. And de-aged Lieutenant Data's in a couple episodes, I think.
Interesting.
And maybe Michael Dorn? I don't know if Michael Dorn
I think Dorn is.
I think it's a little bit of Dorn.
Yeah. And I think he and his kid is him and Dr. Crusher's kid. I think they smashed.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, there was heavy implication on the show. Yeah.
Of course. But now that it's not the 90s and you can say people fuck monsters, then you're like, yeah, done. They fucked. Hard. Yeah, so the Elliot Gould is his English teacher, and Avery Brooks is
Mel's brother.
Mel's black brother.
Mel's brother.
Is the principal.
Yeah.
And Edward Furlong has written a book report on a...
I mean, it's a very funny book report.
It's funny, yeah. He wrote a book report on what was it wasn't political leader. It was like a...
Yeah, what was it? Just historic?
A civil rights leader.
Oh,
maybe?
yeah, that was the angle.
Yeah, so he wrote a book report on a civil rights leader, and he wrote it on Mein Kampf.
Yeah,
and Elliot Gould is like furious about it and wants him expelled.
I'm Jewish, and I don't like.
I'm
this.
Jewish, but also I'm a hunk.
Yeah.
Even then, he wasn't bad. He was fat, but he wasn't ugly.
No, he was okay.
But
and we've established 70s, maybe one of the most fuckable men of all time.
Most fuckable man.
You know another handsome Jew I forgot about?
Okay.
Sandy Koufax. Could get it. Hottest Jewish athlete of all time. Prove me wrong.
Well, it's a low bar.
I don't know where I saw it. I saw it maybe on, it was maybe a Jeopardy question. I'm like, oh man, Sandy Koufax fucks.
Yeah, he's kind of handsome.
Yeah.
I can see that.
So good for him. Shout out to the Dodgers.
Did he only play for the Dodgers?
I think so. I think that was when you were only allowed to play for one team.
Because you weren't allowed to be traded?
Yeah.
Or because you're only allowed to have one minority per team?
Yeah, everyone gets one. You get Jackie Robinson, you get Sandy Koufax, even though both of those teams were the Dodgers.
Also don't know if that's fair.
Yeah, not fair at all.
Brooklyn and Los Angeles, 1955 to 1966. Only 11 seasons.
I mean, he threw really hard. Probably needed Tommy John surgery, and they had
7 All-Stars, 4 World Series,
any Cy Youngs,
National League MVP, 3 Cy Youngs.
Hell yeah, Sandy.
2 World Series MVPs. He is a 3-time Triple Crown winner. 3 MLB wins leaders, 4 MLB strikeout leaders, pitched a perfect game in 1965.
Hell yeah.
Wow, second to last season he pitched a perfect game. Pitched 4 no-hitters.
That, between perfect game and 4 no-hitters, that might be second all time.
Yeah.
Because Nolan's number 1 with 7.
With 7, yeah.
And hugged and kissed over 10,000 women.
10,000 women. He's 165 and 87 was his career win-loss record.
Pretty solid.
2,396 strikeouts.
Yep.
And he is 87 years old.
Alive?
Yeah.
I could fuck Sandy Koufax today?
Yeah. Do you know that that's...
Holy shit.
That's not even his legal government name?
I believe that. Herschel.
His name is Sanford Koufax.
Okay.
But his legal, his birth name is Sanford Braun.
Braun is cool.
So I guess German...
Yeah.
Jew?
German Jew.
Yeah.
Anyway, good for him.
Cool.
Anyways,
Anyways,
I wanted to balance out the Nazi-ness of this movie with some shout-outs to hot Jews.
He doesn't look too bad for being 87 years old.
I bet he doesn't.
This is from 2022.
You're so lucky the cap was on that. Oh, he's
looks healthy. Maybe he'll live to be 100.
He looks really healthy.
Who's the oldest?
Good for him.
Anyways, we're not going to do this in the podcast, but
we got to keep it under 4 hours.
Yeah.
People do turn off after 4 hours. That's the magic number, where enough is enough.
Yeah. So I'm
gonna say it now. Edward Furlong looks trans in this movie. Can I say that?
He does. He really
What's going on with him? Because he's not, but he looks like it.
He looks like it. I don't know. He's just like a little adorable little boy.
He has very feminine energy, but coming from a man.
He really fucking does. The most feminine energy. So Elliot Gould wants him expelled.
Yeah.
And Captain Sisko's like, no, listen, I think he's been taught this hate. We can unteach him. I can
fix him.
He then calls him.
How do I reach these kids?
The scene where he calls him into the office was awesome.
Yes.
Where he's like, get in here now. 5, 4, 3, 2, and he goes, and he kind of like slides around the corner like, hey, like, I'm here. But he's like, and then he tells him to close the door. He goes, from now on, you're writing me a paper.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a class with me every day.
What's it gonna be called?
It's gonna be called. He said it.
He said it.
American History X.
Yes.
And he wants him to write a paper on on himself or his upbringing or whatever. And he goes, come on, it took me over 2 weeks to read all of Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, if you're really into it, you would do it in one sitting, but
true.
whatever.
Do the whole thing in one shit on the toilet.
Yeah. So now we get another flashback to all of them at a basketball court, and they're playing like just like a pickup game.
Yeah.
But Ed Norton's not playing, and fucking Ethan Suplee, the fattest man on the planet. Now he's got turkey neck, and I don't like it.
He does have turkey neck, but he's like...
He's kind of jacked.
He's kind of jacked. Yeah, but like it's not my Ethan Suplee.
No.
My Ethan Suplee...
He looks normal now.
Yeah, my Ethan Suplee is like this. My Name is Earl.
Nobody saw My Name is Earl, Scott.
4 seasons on NBC, it did great. With noted Scientologist Jason Lee, and Dragon Gate opened the Brave Gate champion, Jason Lee. Oh, I don't like that Jack picture at all.
He's like in real good shape.
No. That's not Ethan. The original Ethan obviously had a heart attack and died.
Yeah.
And they couldn't even find a good replacement because nobody is that fat.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know, try a Jack guy and see if anyone questions it.
Yeah. I hate it.
That's not my guy.
Very, very, very quickly, I don't understand why more actors in Hollywood that are like fat pigs don't do that.
Apparently you can do it.
But yeah, I just don't understand why you don't. You have the money and the resources around you. It's just because you're lazy?
It's because they're lazy, but some they're legitimately scared of losing their niche role.
Yeah, I guess.
And becoming just like another guy, because there's lots of Jack guys.
Yeah.
And there's lots of just like average sized guys.
Yeah,
so
true.
they're like, hey, I'd
rather be a fat schlub and still get my roles.
I want those fat pig rolls.
I guess.
I want to be Ricky in Better Off Dead.
You don't want
and then I want to rape a bunch of children.
He just came on their feet, Scott. It's no big deal. Do you want to be a fat pig?
Yes. Oh, this is the second option.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's the end. That's the end.
Oh, what's part 2?
No, I already forgot because you cut me off and I lost my train of thought. So let's keep going. We're almost there. We're so close. So they're playing a pickup game, and then Ethan Suplee, who's the fattest man on the planet, gets into
He is. I like that they didn't make him good at basketball.
Well, why would they? He's a fat piece of shit.
Well, sure, but sometimes they're like, sometimes just everyone is too good at what they're doing.
I guess that's true.
And he was not. He sucked.
He sucked. So he gets into an argument with one of the black players, and then he gets really heated, and Ed Norton tries to calm him down, and he goes, no. I'm like pissed off at these. I think he calls them the M slur. Which I guess I can say, but I'm not going to say it.
No, you still don't say it.
And then Ed Norton decides.
I made a joke during the Congo commentary where I didn't call them that, but I made a reference to them being called that, and even that didn't feel good.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
So Ed Norton takes off his shirt to expose his swastika tattoo on his chest.
Sick.
And says we're going to do whites versus blacks if winner gets the court and
forever.
The other team fucking leaves.
Yes.
So they play basketball, and it's like first to whatever, 5 or 7.
Is this where Edward Norton does a reverse dunk?
Yes, he does.
A follow-up question. How high is the basket? 7 feet?
3 feet. I wrote...
That was unacceptable.
My note was, the defense being played by the black guys in this basketball flashback is the defense level of playing hockey against Vladimir Putin. Because he does the same exact fake out shot.
Yep.
Guy jumps to swat it and goes past him, and then does a 3-pointer like 3 times.
Yeah.
And like they're literally not covering him.
No.
And then
poor D.
Also, I love that the music and the ramp up of the white guys winning is like kind of triumphant.
Yeah.
Even though they're the bad guys.
Hey, eye of the beholder.
Fair.
Look, was I standing up and cheering at the end of the game? Yeah, I was. But not because of anything political or racial. I just like good basketball.
You just like good basketball, good fundamentals?
Yeah.
Reverse dunks by a small white guy?
By a short white guy.
Hey,
how tall is Ed Norton?
If Nate Robinson can dunk.
What's Ed Norton, 5'9"?
He's
under 6 feet for show. Unless he's a deceptive tall. I don't like those. 5'9.5", that's as high as I'm going. Do I give him 5'10"?
He is 1.5 1.83 meters tall.
Exactly 6 feet.
So he could maybe dunk. Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
No.
Nate Robinson could dunk, and he was like
What's
5'6".
the difference between Nate Robinson and Edward Norton?
I don't know, Scott. You tell me. Nate Robinson is 1.75 meters.
Do the math. I hate that the heights are in centimeters.
I don't say, man.
I hate it. Because it makes me do math.
I know,
even
I
though
hate
we're
it.
on metric.
I literally only know feet and pounds.
I know that.
I don't know the other one.
I know that
I'm not even gonna
1.8.
pretend.
I know that 1.83 is 6 feet because that's what I am.
Right.
But so I just have to do the math up or down from there.
Right.
But no fun. And kilograms, actually, kilograms is not bad for me either because I'm almost exactly 100 kilograms.
Right.
So everything's coming up, Scott, that way. But don't make me do anything beyond that.
Don't worry, I'm not going to.
Good.
So they end up winning, then they all celebrate and they tell the N-words to leave, and then
Who the fuck is racist at Venice Beach? It's so nice there.
apparently these guys.
It's so nice. I always have fun at Venice Beach. It's great.
I've been once and I don't remember
have-
having fun.
You don't remember having fun?
I don't know.
Were you doing racism?
Yes.
Well, then you're not gonna have a good time.
But
I have never felt
only
racist.
towards Vietnamese people, though.
I have never felt racist at Venice Beach. There's lots going on. I saw Conor McGregor
We saw
there
Conor
once.
McGregor there.
That was cool.
Yeah. Ride in a fucking
Run
Segway.
goddamn Segway.
Yeah, with
his entourage.
nine of the biggest bodyguards you've ever seen.
Yep.
Also on Segways.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. So now we get a flashback. We're back to regular time.
Yeah.
Ed Norton's getting out of prison. He gets picked up by his mom and sister. They go home. Then they're waiting for Ed Furlong to come home from school. And something's different about, like, Norton's got like a different vibe to him. He's got hair now. He's not shaved head. And he kind of seems a lot more like mellow. So then Ed Norton comes home. Then we get a scene where Ethan Suplee is going the hardest I've ever heard anyone ever sing The White Man Marches On.
Oh,
I've never in my entire life seen anyone go harder than him.
yeah. You're not wrong.
This time or the second time he does it, because he does it later as well.
It's his favorite song.
It is his favorite song. Then he just like randomly appears at their apartment, and Ed Norton, you can kind of tell, is like not really interested in hanging around with them. Like he's like a big fat loudmouth who like really believes in the cause.
Yeah,
and Ed Norton's not really down for that kind of energy.
Suplee is kind of a worst case and also racist kingpin, Billy. Like if you added racism to Billy at his worst, like that's kind of Ethan Suplee in this scene. Just like barging into rooms, being
loud and obnoxious,
incredibly obnoxious,
with a video camera, just like doing whatever the fuck he wants.
Just like fuck off.
Yeah. So,
also, Billy, we love you.
Yeah, that's true. So he's trying to ditch him, and then they're talking about this big party tonight, and he pulls Edward Furlong into his bedroom and kind of is like, hey, don't go. Do me a favor, don't go. Just stay home, do your homework. There's no, like, you don't need to be around those people anymore.
Yeah, it's a real do not come, I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah.
So now we get another sort of flashback with a voiceover about sort of how Ed Norton got into the like white supremacy kind of stuff.
Yeah,
because he wasn't really before.
Because it's cool.
Because it's cool and you get a lot of pussy. But only white pussy.
You get that Nazi cat pussy.
Yep.
Also, I would like if that was on the table, I'd do whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Rose McGowan was a neo-Nazi.
Yeah. If the end that justifies the means is Nazi cat pussy, I'm in.
Okay.
I'll do a hate crime.
Deal.
Yeah.
I hear you. So.
I'll do a hate crime for free.
What started it all was that Ed Norton and Ed Furlong's father was a cop.
Yeah.
Who got killed on like a routine check by a drug dealer who may or may not have been black. It's never actually established that he's black. They just sort of like say he was black.
And you know why? Because he was a drug dealer.
Okay. Good thing it's 3 hours and 46 minutes in, and no one's gonna hear that.
I like to push envelopes a bit in the post 3.5 hour.
I know. Do you want to do this under 4 minutes?
In under 4 minutes?
hours, I mean?
Yes.
Okay. Let's keep like.
But also maybe
we can skip a bunch of stuff to get faster. So they show that. Then they show him meeting the guy who's sort of in charge of this chapter. Who's played by Stacey Keach.
Who else would play it?
I don't know. Girl's name. Then
who I just saw on the blacklist.
Oh, cool. Then they talk about how, like, I think the voiceover is done by Avery Brooks, I think. He's talking to Elliot Gould, I think. Mm-hmm. And it shows him going, like, they saying, like, oh, he's finding, like, the lowest common denominators.
I wrote down, he's recruiting a slew of insecure, frustrated, impressionable kids. I'm like, huh. So not much has changed in 25 years.
Furry?
This is... I was more thinking like the alt-right and like white supremacists, but I guess on the other side of that coin, furries.
So it shows him sort of recruiting, and then they do a storming the grocery store, which that scene is intense as fuck.
Very intense.
Like, especially assaulting the black cashier is like very hard to watch.
It is. It's rough. I mean, there's some rough fucking shit in this movie.
There's a lot of rough shit in this movie.
Yeah.
We're going to get to the worst one eventually.
Oh, also, I forgot Stacey Keach was mustacheless, which is
weird.
Which is not my Stacey Keach.
Because he's got the cleft lip. It's very strange.
He's got the Joaquin Phoenix.
You mean Titus's dad?
Titus's dad.
Yeah. They storm a grocery store because it used to be owned by like a white guy, and now it's owned by a Korean. Yeah. And he's like hiring like illegal immigrants. Like, the whole thing is about illegal immigrants taking jobs. So they go in, they wreck the whole place.
Yeah. And there's a point where they're like going off on first they were going off on minorities, and then they went off on the Asian community and like more specifically. And I'm like, I don't think immigration, AIDS, and welfare are problems caused by the Asian community.
Not specifically, no.
Leave them out of it. They just destroy real estate prices and keep your kids out of university. Let's be accurate with our racism. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's redundant. I wrote Fat Suppley is best Suppley.
Yep.
And then just a couple of the basketball ones before my notes catch up to where we are. And that's so they'll say that one because that's the funniest. People are pretty chill with Norton's giant swastika tattoo. No one was really mad. Nope. It was just like, oh wow. Anyway, let's shoot some hoops.
Oh, that's a white guy.
And then the other one was, and that's the last time white people won at basketball. And yeah, that's where we're at.
Yep.
Is this also where they go off on Catholics, which I was not expecting?
There is something. Yeah, I think it's around.
Like,
it's during his big speech before they go to the grocery store.
Wait, they hate Catholics? I guess that's the one thing that's changed in 25 years. A lot of white supremacists are Catholic now.
Yeah,
but that's it. Besides, they recruit the same way. They're stupid the same way.
Yeah,
but now they're not just Protestant.
Yes.
In fact, they're probably more Catholic, because there's that whole weird like rebel against your atheist parents by becoming like a trad cath, and then also a white supremacist.
As if any of that is any different from the other ones. Also, I don't know the difference. So they
have a pope.
He decides to go to the party with Ethan Suplee, like kind of reluctantly, but it's also kind of like to tell them he's out. They don't really know why he's out, but he's out. He goes to the party. He sees his ex-girl, or I guess is still his girlfriend. Why she wasn't at the prison to pick him up, no idea.
Yeah, what a bitch.
Fruza Balk's there. They like start making out and going hard and heavy.
Yeah.
Then Edward Furlong shows up, even though he's not supposed to, and he goes to talk to Stacey Keach. Then when Ed Norton and her are like fooling around out back, he kind of tells her like, listen, like, I want to get out. Why don't you just leave with me? You don't need this shit. If you really want to be with me, just trust me. Let's leave.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, fuck you. And she goes back in the party.
Yeah, I'm a Nazi cat, goddammit.
So then he goes back. He goes inside to talk to Stacey Keach and tells his brother, like, go home. Like, why the fuck are you here?
Yeah.
Or no, and then he says, like, oh, there's some girl outside that wants to suck her dick. They should go. And he goes, oh, well, excuse me.
Well, I got my dick
So
sucked.
then him and Stacey Keach get in this big argument about how he kind of wants out and how he kind of, like, tricked him into going deeper and deeper, even though he didn't want to.
Yeah.
And then Stacey Keach kind of tells him, like, you know, you're never gonna like live up to your dad or whatever. And then he knocks him the fuck out, or like knocks him the fuck down, like gives him a big old shot. goes to leave. Ethan Suplee asks where Stacey Keach is. He goes to check on him. Meanwhile, he runs into his brother, says, "Let's go. We're getting out of here." And then that is when Fairuza Balk decides to try and rival Alan Tudyk's dropping of the N-word consecutively.
Yeah.
Because she starts telling the entire party that Edward Norton is an N-word.
Is an N. Over and over.
It's like 15 times in a row.
It's a lot of times.
It's not like 70 times in a row like Alan Tudyk, but it's a lot. And then they realize that he's punched out Stacey Keach.
Yeah.
And then guns get pulled, and he grabs the gun and he escapes.
Yeah.
And nobody follows him. And then him and Edward Norton have this big like pushing and shoving match on the streets until he convinces them to calm down. And then they go and sit down and talk. And then we get like a flashback now to Edward Norton going to prison.
Yeah.
And so he talks about like getting to prison and how when he first got there, he like knows what he's in, so he just needs to find those people and he'll be safe.
Yes.
So he makes friends with the other neo-Nazis in the prison like right away, and it just kind of goes from there where he gets like a job in the prison, and then it's like the big reveal of him getting like really disillusioned with the white supremacists in prison. He
was too hardcore
Yeah.
for the Aryan Brotherhood in jail.
But like I understand not from a place within
Go on.
but I like the justification of him doing that is like 100% makes sense, because to him you hate the Mexicans.
No, to him to him his people have betrayed him.
But like the thing is, did I make
or betrayed themselves?
Did I make a note about it? I did. I wrote fake prison neo-Nazis is very funny.
Yeah,
because in prison, you just separate into your colors.
Yeah.
And then
just do it for protection. It's not like strong beliefs.
You kind of have to pretend that that's what you are no matter what, because you need the support of those guys.
But he really was. And he's like, wait, these guys are like doing
making
favors
side hustles with the Mexicans?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we're not like that hardcore, dude. We're just we're just trying to survive in here.
And I think like,
and he's like, but I'm a proper Nazi.
Yeah. I want to kill them.
Yeah.
And so the kind of the leader of them is like, listen, we're getting real fucking sick and tired of you preaching.
Relax.
So you need to stop. And he goes, no. And he walks away. He storms off.
Yeah.
So then they sort of start like mocking him and like not including him in their like day-to-day workings. But then, before, like when he first joins the group, I said, what a fucking boss move. You walk into the prison workout yard and you remove your shirt to expose your swastika chest tattoo.
Very cool.
And just start doing bench press while staring down the black guys.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm here all day.
That is fucking insane.
Yeah, it really is.
That is the definition of insanity right there. But it fucking worked.
Yep. I think it was a Stacey Keach line earlier. I assume he was referencing African Americans or maybe Mexicans or maybe even Asians, because they don't even know how racism works.
Nope.
But there was he spoke of a racial commitment to crime, which I thought was a very fun phrase.
Yeah, I mean, I think he meant blacks, but it could be anybody.
Yeah, but just very funny.
That is very funny.
And then I think maybe the mom or someone accuses someone of being in the KKK, and he's like, hey, fucking watch it. Those guys are nerds. I'm not the KKK.
Yeah.
I'm a real...
His sister says it.
His sister.
Yeah.
That was,
because his sister's kind of like a liberal, like hippie kind of girl.
Yeah, he's like, whoa, I'm not one of those sheet-wearing losers. I'm a proper Nazi.
I pound ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
And they go pretty hard on body shaming Ethan Suplee the whole movie.
Yeah.
They're so like he's an asshole and deserves it.
Yeah.
But they go so hard on him. And at one point he literally says, "I'm not fat, I'm husky."
Yeah.
Which is very funny.
Right. Did you notice that playing basketball he was wearing a jersey that was number 88?
Oh, tight. I didn't.
And during the party scene, he was wearing a leather jacket that had a swastika on the back.
Yeah.
And I read a thing that said the swastika on the back of Seth's jacket is counterclockwise, which in the skinhead world, a counterclockwise swastika indicates that person is a leader and not a follower.
Oh, nice.
Didn't know that, but that was an interesting
pretty cool.
little piece of...
I should change up my swastika.
You should. You need to take that that leather jacket you've got to a Korean laundromat and seamstress.
I love that leather jacket. It's 75 pounds. It's the heaviest thing I own.
Yep.
Not the heaviest clothing I own.
No.
The heaviest thing I own. It's heavier than the car.
Yeah. So after all this like disillusion, he's been put on work detail with like a skinny little mouthy black guy. They're folding underwear and sheets and working in the laundry room, which in prison seems like the easiest.
I was
fucking
gonna say
job.
not a bad job
like,
as far as they go.
He's not really the most enthusiastic at first, but like you could be doing so much worse. As the guy even says, like you could be cleaning hot ass pots in hot ass water all day.
Yeah, like just burning the shit out of your
hands.
hands.
This is so easy.
This is a sweet gig.
If I ever went to prison, I would get on laundry so fast.
Yeah. Or making license plates.
Yeah, I would also. If let's say I went to prison for a year, I would
so like a light rape.
I wouldn't shower the entire time I was there.
Corruption of a minor,
because I would be too busy getting raped.
I'm sorry, I stepped on it. Excellent joke.
Yeah, that is an Anthony Jeselnik.
That's a Jeselnik. Yeah. I would.
So he's makes.
Also, just a reminder that. I'm not fat, I'm husky, and I'm not fat, I'm a husky are two very different things.
Two very different things.
Yeah.
So he's made friends with this guy, and there's sort of like, he doesn't give him a lot of information about why he's in there.
Yeah.
But then eventually it turns out that like, you know, he realizes he's like a neo-Nazi and stuff, and he's kind of like,
yeah.
But they're becoming friendly, so he kind of shits on him, and he does a very accurate representation of the Klan, like with the hood and everything, and he's just like this dumb Southerner who like fucks his own family and doesn't like colored people because he's too poor and stupid to get a better like life. And whatever. It's very, very accurate.
Yeah, it's good.
So this all leads to maybe the second most graphic scene in the movie. No, maybe the most graphic scene. So we do get the flashback of what ended up happening when he went to prison.
Yeah.
And the two black guys that tried to steal his car were actually the two black guys from the basketball court. Mm-hmm. And they had come to try and steal his car. So he kills the first guy. Then he shot the second guy.
Non-fatally.
Drags him all the way back over to his yard and literally tells him to bite the curb.
Bite it.
And then does a very scary looking curb stomp.
Yeah.
To not a real doll. Or to a real doll, not a real person.
To a real doll. She was hot.
Cops come and he just he's like, yep, I killed these two blacks.
Yep.
Come get me.
I'd do it again.
I'll do it a million times. While kind of like smirking at Edward Furlong the whole time.
He's like, hey.
Who's seen him do it.
Check it out.
So we get that.
And like when he was doing the curb stomp, like Furlong was like screaming, no.
Yeah. So now we go back.
And I forgot they never actually say curb stomp in the movie.
No.
Yeah.
No. So now we're back to regular time, and we get we almost immediately after, maybe there's like a little something in the middle, but we almost immediately get the second worst scene in the movie.
Oh, before that, just my one note was it'd be very funny if Ed Norton just killed this dude in the laundry room he's making friends with.
You know what? I definitely thought of that, but I was like no,
sour.
He's turned around. Like he's already at the point where he knows everything is fucking bullshit. Yeah. But yeah, that would have been very interesting.
Very funny, yeah.
So now
for this next graphic scene, I assume you're referring to the prison's Raped Straight program?
Raped Straight.
Yes.
So there's a bunch of people in the shower. They all conveniently leave at the same time, except for one guard and Edward Norton. Yeah. And in walks all of his former white supremacist buddies. Yeah. And the guard goes, well, I know what's coming. I ain't gay, so he gets out of there. I ain't watching
I had no
shit.
Queer. Yeah.
And so they all hold him down.
Yep.
And the main guy says to him, so you want to be an N-word, sweet boy? Then we're going to treat you like one. And I'm like, wait, so they rape black guys?
Yeah.
But wouldn't that kind of go against what they... Like, why would they want to have unprotected bareback sex with black men?
Well,
that doesn't make... I know
the eternal question... Why would you want to have unprotected bareback sex with black men? I think because it's mean and they want to be mean. But there are other safer ways to be mean, I will agree.
But also, you hate black people.
And also you hate them.
So why would you want to put your penis in their butt?
I mean, some people rape things they hate.
I guess it's true, but it just doesn't...
My girlfriend, for example.
It just doesn't make any sense, you know? Like,
I get
in the
you.
scope of being a white supremacist,
Yeah.
why would you be like, I hate them so much that I want to have fulfilling anal sex with them?
Yeah,
I think I feel good, and then I go back to my daily occurrences.
Yeah, I think the problem is the angle you're coming from is you're too much of a romantic.
Well, I'm coming up, is what I'm coming.
Yeah, but you're like, in your mind, sex is never bad.
But like, if you're the one coming, it always feels good.
It does always
so
feel good.
why?
I mean,
like, if you really wanted to punish him,
Yeah.
you would make him fuck your butt, and then he comes and feels like a piece of shit because he just come in your butt.
Oh, true.
Right?
Well, maybe next time.
You need to get the black guys
Maybe
to
next
rape
time
you.
you should rape a black guy's penis with your butt. Mm-hmm. That's what you're
That's
saying.
what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's
fair.
the argument.
I'll take that under advisement.
So they violently rape him in the shower, except
do.
for the guy never has a boner.
No.
Because you see his penis before it goes in
Yeah.
and afterwards, and neither times is it a boner.
Soft rape.
I don't like this.
No.
Just show the erection.
I think
Why?
they're weirder
Who
about showing hard
cares?
penis
Who
versus
cares?
soft penis.
Who cares?
I don't know why.
Why does it matter?
Penis is
Who
penis.
cares? You'll show-
Who cares if it's engorged?
You'll show fucking Demi Moore's bush.
Yeah.
But you won't show a
Yeah,
man's
like
penis.
I don't think it's worse to show engorged clitoris versus regular.
Well, especially not if you're in Africa. But
Certainly. Well, you can't even see
can't
him.
even see them there. They're invisible. So he gets raped. He gets assaulted.
Sam Spade and the Case of the Invisible Clitoris. It's the new Maltese Falcon.
I don't think you can use that second word of his name.
Ooh, that was a happy accident.
And now you're in trouble.
Damn it. Of all the things I got canceled on, it's Sam Spade.
It's 4 hours and 3 minutes in, Sam Spade.
Never would have thought
So he gets violently assaulted.
Yep.
Then when the next thing we see him is he's in the infirmary. He gets visited again by Avery Brooks.
Yeah.
And he's been like kind of trying to mentor him
Yeah.
in prison. And like literally my note is just like Avery Brooks is such a great fucking actor.
He's great.
He's so good. And I said to you off pod. Oh, I'm sure I've seen him in other things. He's definitely been in other things. And I looked, not really.
Not much.
He's been
This,
in
Deep Space Nine.
like a couple other smaller things.
And 1,000 Broadway
And then
shows.
just every single piece of stage acting
Yeah.
that has been made for the last 45 years, he's in.
Fences. Raisin in the Sun.
Probably.
Porgy and Bess.
Probably.
A fourth black play.
Song of the South.
That's the one.
musical.
No, we can't do it.
Oh. But I mean, like
Black
yeah,
Cauldron. That's a good one.
Black Cauldron. Juice.
That was a good one.
He is the.
I'd love to see a stage play of Juice, by the way.
That is pretty wild. He's. Oh, he's
Gay.
He's won 3 NAACP Image Awards,
Which stands for?
He can't say it.
Okay.
He's like one of the chairmen of the Shakespeare Theater Company in Washington D.C.
Wow.
And then he's also he's a teacher.
But he played a teacher in the movie.
I
He's
know.
that way became a teacher.
He played a principal. Different.
True.
He's like he's been a teacher at Oberlin College, Western Reserve University,
Wonder if
Mason
these
Gross
are-
School of the Arts, Rutgers, the Smithsonian Institute.
Sick.
So yeah, like he's a scholar and a
gentleman.
and a thespian and
Yeah.
a gentleman and an amazing actor.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Like for films, he's done maybe a dozen, but most of them are things people haven't seen. And then he's in television. He's done a couple of things, and like that's it.
Deep Space Nine.
Like he
Yeah.
hasn't done anything since 2011, and that was the documentary The Captains, which is just all of the Star Trek captains, which is very good if you haven't seen it.
I haven't.
Yeah, it's very good.
Cool.
It's very interesting. But he's very very thespian in that
he's
movie.
a fucking actor.
Yeah, he was in True West with Sherman Helmsley. But yeah, he's amazing. He's such a good actor in this movie. Like,
Why did I write, "You're really fucking him here, Cisco"? Did he... Did he like abandon him, sort of, or what? Did he?
No.
Why was he really fucking him?
I don't think he was really fucking him.
I don't remember. What
he had a long conversation with him in the.
Oh, maybe I was jokingly saying that he was giving him bad advice. That might have been it.
Oh. Maybe, because he was telling him to get out.
He was saying don't be racist. I was like, you're really fucking him. Yeah, I think it was that.
Yeah, maybe.
I think it was that.
So now we're back he's out of prison. He's back, and you see the conversation of him and Edward Furlong where he's just told him like, I got butt fucked in prison. All of the Aryan Brotherhood shit in the prison was bullshit.
Yeah,
they're all fakes. They're all scammers.
They're not real.
None of it's real.
Yeah.
None of it matters. And Edward Furlong is kind of like, yeah, you're fucking right. Like, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
They go back to the apartment. They take down all of their Nazi memorabilia.
Yeah. And let's be clear, there was a lot.
The whole room was full of it.
Yeah. Wall to wall covering.
He then proceeds to write his paper for
American History X.
American History X for Captain Sisko. And Norton goes back out, and then, it's kind of like all these people are trying to get me now.
Yeah.
Brooks and the police chief are trying to get him to like flip on his gang. Mm-hmm. And he's like, listen, I think like at this point, if they saw me, I'm fucking dead.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know what you expect me to do. Like, I can't help you.
Yeah.
So now we get like the next day, or like a couple days later at school, and Edward Furlong he drops him off at school, and he kind of has this moment where you can tell he like, it's weird because it's like a macho thing, but he like you can tell he wants to tell him like, I love you and like I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or, like, but he goes, I'll see you later. Like, it gives him this like pat, and I think it's like, it's mutually understood, but he like, you can tell he's a guy who can't express his feelings.
He can't say it, but he's trying his best.
Yeah, it's really strong. It's a really strong scene. It's a really powerful scene. And then Furlong goes into school, and then and he says like, there's been this car hanging around outside the house, so when you get home from school, just like keep an eye out for it.
Yeah.
So okay. So he goes into school with his girlfriend, and Norton starts walking down the street, and you see this like low rider blue,
sees
like
the car,
green car, like drive up, kind of slow down near him.
Yeah.
And then the next thing you see is in the school as Edward Furlong with his paper that he's so proud of, with the voiceover of him explaining like how he was clouded by this hate, and it didn't make any sense to him, but it was like what his race was kind of, or was telling him, and his family, or his brother. And again, there's like a flashback scene like earlier where they show his dad still alive at the table, and his dad is kind of spewing a lot of hate, kind of like hate stuff, like subtle hate stuff, not like
cool.
Not like white supremacy stuff,
like current. Like the way they do it now. His dad was ahead of his time, racism wise.
Yes. Yeah. Like he's just sort of talking about like poverty and like the stuff that's been going on throughout the whole movie, but he's not as blatantly like these N words.
Yeah, and he's not like Sieg
S words. Yeah, like he's just kind of like an asshole white cop.
Yeah.
And so now Edward Furlong goes into the bathroom with his paper, and you're getting the voiceover, and then he goes to piss, and when he turns around, there's just a black kid there, and he fucking blows him away in the bathroom.
I'm like, holy shit, school shooting, and the shooter isn't white. First time?
First time it wasn't a lone wolf, secluded loser white kid. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
But
it's exciting.
Then the next
There should be more diversity in school shootings.
I mean, probably. Or just less school shootings.
Oh, I guess...
if you want to go that way.
That's another option. I'd never really considered that, honestly.
Well, there you go. That's why we think differently, Scott. You and I are different people. So then you see, like, it's slow motion, and Ed Norton, like, running back into school and trying to storm past the police. And Avery Brooks, like you don't want to go in there. He's like, let me in. And he goes, fine, lets him in.
He's like, oh, you're right, I shouldn't have gone in here.
Yeah, he goes in and he sees his brother's like fucking brains blood and brains everywhere.
Yeah.
And he, squats down, starts crying with them, and then you're still getting the voiceover of like Edward Furlong giving his like...
more like Deadward Furlong.
His conclusion of his paper is sort of like the thing that's you can hear and stuff, and then it just like fades to black.
Yep.
And it's like, that's a fucking bleak ending, but
uplifting
it's
ending.
So powerful.
Yeah, it is a brutal, powerful movie.
And if there's one thing I learned from it, is that never turn away from racism or you'll get shot.
Yeah.
If he was more racist, he would have been aware of his surroundings and known that there was a black kid in there.
That's true, but don't be too racist in prison, shockingly.
Correct. Yeah, be a little more chill in prison.
Be chill in prison. But on the outside, fucking
be worse.
Yeah.
So very quickly, because we're 4 hours and 11 minutes.
Shit.
That
Everyone stopped listening 11 minutes ago.
Director Tony Kaye actually was
Initial or Kaye?
Kaye.
Okay.
Filed a lawsuit against the studio for the use of his name as the director, and he filed for $275 million.
That seems high.
Mainly because
he was mad at the Edwards?
Mainly because when he was in the editing process, the movie he made was actually shorter than this.
Oh.
And it didn't involve the scene with the dad at the kitchen table.
Okay.
It didn't involve Edward Norton's big speech before they go and invade the grocery store.
Yeah.
It had none of that. But then Norton kind of weaseled his way into the editing area.
So you might call him Editor Norton.
And it resulted in Kaye kind of being not at all involved in the final edit.
Interesting.
So kind of the movie, at least from a post-production and editing standpoint,
kind of an Edward
is
Norton
directed
joint?
by Edward Norton.
Yeah.
Because the movie that got released and has been seen by everyone
is
the Ed Norton cut.
Yeah.
And so Kaye tried to sue for the fact that the movie was
$250
taken
million
away from him, that he didn't get to do his final project, because
Yeah.
it was his directorial debut of a big feature.
Good
Because
debut.
he had done music videos
Yeah.
and stuff before, and he was apparently promised by the production company that he would be able to have his own vision, his own everything, and then Norton, and then in part kind of Furlong, just completely fucked that.
Yeah.
And then he didn't direct
Fucking
another
Edwards.
movie until 2006.
Yeah.
And then he directed another one in 2011.
Yeah, and kind of petered
Which
out.
I think the 2011 movie people like. It's
Okay.
called it's got Adrian Brody in it, and it's about teachers in the inner city. He's a white guy. I thought he was a black guy.
Stand and Deliver. No, I pictured him white. I pictured him as Danny Kaye's son. is how I pictured him.
It's called Detachment.
Okay.
And I think people genuinely liked it.
Okay.
I think it got a lot of good. Oh, it's got a cast. Holy shit. Adrian Brody, Marcia Gay Harden, whatever, Christina Hendricks, William Peterson, Bryan Cranston, Tim Blake Nelson, Lucy Liu, noted R.I.P. friend of the show, Jimmy Caan. It's
hopefully no Marty or Bobby.
No. But I mean, that's a pretty solid cast.
Good stuff.
I wonder if it's Blythe Danner.
Nice.
Sam
Hank Azaria's mom on Huff. That's how I know Blythe Danner. I have to pee so bad. We have to wrap
we're not
this up.
ending. You're Scott. Okay, anyways, thanks for listening, everyone. I hope you enjoyed American History X as much as we do. See you next week when we definitely do another all request and not something else, because we are strapped for time before real things happen in real life. Anyways, bye. Thanks for listening.